Welcome to the Lion City Cup here at the TANGLIN Club in Singapore. I'm Brett O'Reilly, Regional Director, Oceania for World Bowls, and with me in the commentary position today is Bob Gatty. We're on day 5 of competition play at the Lion City Cup, a World Bowls Series ranking event, brought to you by Bowls Singapore in partnership with Sport Singapore and the sponsors that you'll see featured on our broadcast today. Today is the second and final day of qualifying in the second tournament this week, which is played within sets format. So you're going to see each game will have 2 sets of 7 ends, no tiebreaker. They're playing to an hour and 40 time limit, and we're in, if the last few days is anything to go by, for a really outstanding day of bowls. Bob, welcome back to the commentary today. What can we expect here at the TANGLIN Club?
Thanks, Brett. Good morning, and good morning, everyone. As Phil Collins would say, another day in paradise. We've got an exciting day to look forward to, I think, and for those regular listeners, I know I've given you the history of the TANGLIN Club, but for any new listeners, maybe I should repeat a little. We're on the top of the sports centre, so on the 4th floor of a building, and as you can see, surrounded by office buildings, hotels, and we're making the best use of the space. It's shaded at the moment, but obviously it's going to get hotter. The teams we're going to see have already played a game this morning, starting at 8 o'clock. But it looks as if they are, well, as young people, they've got plenty of energy.
Round 2, all the best for your bowling. Drink 1, are you ready? 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay.
And so we're...
Now, start.
So that was the voice of John Roberts from Australia, who is leading our international technical officials here. We're going to bring you a game today from the men's under 25 pairs, and what a cracker it's going to be. We're going to have Hong Kong, and you can see the Hong Kong skip there, Quentin Ip. And those of you who watched the coverage earlier in the week will know that Quentin and his partner Nixon Mann, they were successful in the ends tournament. There's Nixon Mann just on the mat now. They're youth development team players from Hong Kong, both students, and they were successful in winning the ends tournament, and they played Singapore A in the final of that tournament. They won that final 13-11. Interestingly today, as Bob mentioned, the Singapore team they're playing, who are Singapore B, the lead here is the Thias Ng and the skip Jonathan Ho. They've actually just beaten the Singapore A team in the game before. The Singapore A team of Harriman Yuan and Isaac Yu. So they beat them in straight sets in the previous game, which was a bit of revenge from... I'm sorry. It was tied. Harriman and Ewan won the Harriman and Isaac won the first set 9-5, and Jonathan and Zathias won the second set 9-7. Now that was a bit of revenge for them, wasn't it, Bob? Because in a very close semi-final in the ends tournament, they were just pipped by Harriman and Isaac. So a little bit of revenge today, squaring off those sets. And already we can see the players settling into their work pretty quickly, particularly Nixon Mann, who just led so well in the previous tournament. Played well again yesterday, and we can see it's Hong Kong holding 1.
Yeah, the Hong Kong players have really been playing very well. They and it looks like they've got off to quite a quick start here.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Nixon Mann, just very, very steady. doesn't play a lot of short bowls, and you can see they're just sliding in for the shot itself. That's 2 now to Hong Kong. Nixon playing with the yellow and green bowls, very distinctive bowls. Now Zathias with his third bowl, preferring the forehand side. We're playing on rink 1 here at Tanglin, so we've got a little bit of shade, which the players will like. We've tended to see this rink get a little bit of turn on both hands, but you see there's the thighs just going out too wide. So there's the second bowl of Nixon Mann drawing a very good shot, and he added that with his third bowl, and we can expect to see a lot of that during this game. He's a very, very steady lead for an under-25 player. He's actually been playing the game for 10 years, so he started very young. Here's Quentin Ip. He's been playing for 7 years, and as I mentioned, they are members of the very successful youth development team program that has been developed in Hong Kong, and great to see them here at this inaugural Lion City event, and that's a great start from Quentin Ip.
Yep.
Just turns out the second shot of Nixon Mann, but he won't be too worried about that. He's drawn another shot. I see Timmy just behind there, who's the manager and coach of these Hong Kong players, and he'll be very pleased with that they've maintained their form from yesterday. Just dropping short with his first bowl. Jonathan Ho and Zathias Singh, both also students. Zathias is an academy player here in Singapore, part of Edmund Lim's very successful academy, and Jonathan Ho, who we'll see play again in just a minute, is a member at Singapore Cricket Club. Great to see these, such good play from these youngsters, isn't it, Bob?
Oh, it's terrific, and both the academy and Edmund's coaching in Singapore is really showing dividends, because the young players have really come good in a relatively short time in Singapore. As an older player, it's good to see all the young ones coming behind, because they're playing very enthusiastically. They're playing in the club games, so they often play against older players, and they're showing up for the inter-club and all the visiting team matches that we have at both the Cricket Club and the Tanglin Club at Kallang ELBC. So it's really, the youth program is paying off.
Hong Kong holding 2, and it's Singapore coming down. Can he get the shot with this last bowl? Yes, he can. And there you hear the parochial Singapore crowd getting in behind their players. Great last bowl from Jonathan Ho, the skip, and it's 1-2 Singapore. 2 7-end sets in this format, no tiebreaker. So here you see that second bowl, first bowl, should I say, from Quentin Ip, which was, and then that's the magnificent last bowl of Jonathan Ho. High quality stuff, isn't it, Bob?
Oh, he did. He saved 2 shots there with his last ball. Is the green playing pretty much the same speed, Brett?
Looks to me, I would say, about 14 seconds. And as I said, this rink, we see a bit of turn. So Zathias has brought the mat up. So the mat's almost up to the maximum distance.
Yeah.
And just looking to obviously shake things up a little bit here, tactically. The jack's down to, as you can see there, just about a metre short of the spot, as we call it, so that's about 3 metres from the ditch here at Tanglin. Also on the Tanglin Green this morning, for this round, we've got the under-25 women, and we'll bring you updates on their scores, and the remainder of the under-25 men who are playing further down on the screen. And that's a nice opening bowl from Zathias. Both teams settling into their work, Bob.
Yeah, very quickly, and I think we're going to see quite a bit of strategy as well as accurate bowls, Brett. Singapore brought the mat up. They probably want to use the length, obviously, to their benefit. Hong Kong seems to prefer longer ends, but let's see. It's early days.
Yeah, you can certainly see a benefit with that first bowl of Nixon Man, who put his bowl in the ditch. I think that's the first time I've seen him do that in 4 and a bit days at this tournament. So another handy bowl from Zathia Singh. That's 2 to Singapore. Let's see what Nixon does this time. What sort of correction does he make with his second bowl? Nice relaxed player, and I think he's played this pretty well, Bob.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, he's adjusted very well. Yep.
And that's what we've come to expect from the Hong Kong youngster. He's a cool customer. Unlike some of the other players, doesn't play in a hat. But he's been one of my standout players for the tournament. Who would forget that semi-final in the Ends tournament when he and the Malaysian lead Ahmad Zikri traded toucher for toucher on that last end before Hong Kong got up to win that, and then went on to win the final of the under 25. So they're looking to see, can they win back-to-back titles in this World Bowl Series event. Well, there he's in the ditch again. So yes, he's got the shot, but we can see that, just that tactical change by Singapore has definitely had some impact. This was his second bowl. First one was in the ditch, third one was in the ditch, but he certainly made the second one count. So I imagine Jonathan Ho will be looking to come down and see if he can just press that bowl out or trail the jack. He's got everything in his favour. He's opting to play the forehand side, so this is the clubhouse side here at Tanglin. And as you said earlier, Bob, what a magnificent venue. I've never been at a bowling green 4 stories up, surrounded by skyscrapers here in Singapore. And here's a very good bowl from Jonathan, just going to slip by.
Yep.
Exactly the right sort of weight for playing that shot. Sit the bowl, trail the jack. So Quinton up, he'll be looking to get something on the head to back up the shot bowl, which is their only bowl on the green at the moment. So let's see what he's done. He's on a pretty good line here. I think he just going to slip past, and he'll be pretty pleased with that. That's 4th shot, and also gives them a catcher. See what Jonathan does this time. He looks on a pretty good line. I'm not sure he's going to have the speed. Just starting to, the speed just coming off now, and he'll be disappointed with that. The players are just delivering from straight out in front of us, and he just dropped his head a little bit there as he realised he was short. Quinton, he's obviously decided I need to get a bowl over on that side of the head, and looks to be on a pretty good line here, Bob. Look at this.
It's coming in very. It's a little bit heavy, maybe. No, just good.
Yeah, he played it very well. So 2 to Hong Kong now.
Yep.
So Singapore, everything to play for. They've got catching bowls. Jonathan's bowl is right at the back, and yes, he's attacking. So coming down here, and this is on a pretty good line. Is he going to get the jack? He's going to get the gap. Wow. Well, if you tried to put a ball through that hole, you couldn't. But he did in this case. So Hong Kong,
they could consolidate it here.
Absolutely. Let's see what Quinton can do with his last bowl. He's again on a very good line here. Oh, that's an outstanding bowl. That is just simply outstanding. 3 shots to Hong Kong.
Well played, very well played.
3 very good bowls from your skip. 1 to cover, and then 2 shots drawn. That's a mark of the class of these youngsters. Put their names down. Nixon Man and Quinton Ip. I mean, here's the second bowl that Quinton played. We thought he was a little bit heavy, but it just pulled up in time. Here's Jonathan Ho looking for the jack and quite frankly a bit unlucky there to get through there. But Quinton definitely made him pay for the miss by adding another shot. So we've played 2 ends. It was 1 on the first end to Singapore and 3 to Hong Kong on the second end. So it's 3-1. Remember, these are 7-end sets and no tiebreaker. And Nixon Man to lead off on the third of the 7 ends of this first set. It's as you said, Bob, very tactical game, the 2 sets game. And there was certainly a lot of discussion at the team hotel last night and this morning just about how different teams are approaching it. I'm involved with managing the New Zealand team, and I was talking to some of our players just about you can't afford to get too far behind early in the sets, and so players are tending to play quite attacking bowls. I'm not sure if that's the right tactic or not, but that's certainly the approach that some of our players are taking. So we'll see this unfold during the day as we commentate on these games. Just looking at some of our other scores in the game on Rink 2, under 25 women's game, and we've got the champions from the ends format from Malaysia. They beat New Zealand in the final of that event. They are leading Hong Kong 3-0 after 2 ends in that game. Further along, we've got India playing New Zealand. India off to a good start. They're leading 4-0 after 2 ends in that game. Reminding you that they were the team that played in the semi-final of the ends event. So bit of a grudge match there, and that time New Zealand won. Here it's Hong Kong holding Nixon Man's bowl. 1 on, 1 over, which is often considered to be pretty good play, and he's going to be very close with this third bowl.
Yeah, here's the second ball coming in from Hong Kong.
Yep. Yeah. So 2 shots to Nixon Man. He's got his other bowlers around the back, and the way he saw Jonathan play that last run shot, that's a good piece of insurance. What can Zathias do with his third bowl? He's just going to be a little heavy.
Ball, I think.
Yep. Yeah, just short with his first couple. We're seeing some high quality stuff early in this game, and we'll try and bring you some other scores as well. That's Nixon Man's third bowl, drawing the shot itself, and it'll be his skip Quinton Ip. They're leading 3-1 after 2 ends of this first set, and Quinton Ip.
You see, when you're playing just 7 ends, you can't afford to get behind at the beginning. Those 7 ends seem to come by very, very quickly.
They sure do.
And if you open up a gap, even 3 or 4 points at the beginning, the game slides away from you.
Absolutely. So good first bowl there from Quinton Ip. He comes down for another shot. So Hong Kong holding 3 here. Jonathan Ho, he's on a good line too. This is going to be pretty close if he's got the speed.
He doesn't
Not
have
sure
the weight.
he's quite going to reach.
No,
still 3 to Hong Kong. And Quinton Ip now with his second bowl. In 3, Hong Kong leading 3-1. Yeah, again out on a pretty good line here. Starting to break now into the head, as you can see. Yeah, he's played this very, very well. This will be the shot itself. Great bowling.
Yeah,
wow.
Very good.
High quality stuff from the Hong Kong skip early. That's 4 shots that Hong Kong are holding. Thought Jonathan Ho might have been tempted to come down on the other side with a little bit of weight, but obviously wasn't far away with his first bowl, just a little short, and he's on a good line here. Is he going to come back? Just didn't have the weight again.
Short
so again,
Yep.
2 short bowls, not not where you want to be in this situation. I see Edmund Lim, the Singapore coach, at the back there, looking a little nervous. Bob, these two young players certainly the future of Singapore bowls, aren't they?
They are, and there's a lot of pressure on them one way or another. And of course, there's quite a partisan crowd here, spectators. So they'll have to pull out some good shots because at the moment Hong Kong is holding 4.
Alright, so Quinton, his last bowl on this end, he's drawn 2 shots with his first 2. And I'll tell you what, I think he's drawn another one here. Is he going to get through that hole? No. Well, he's human. He's human, so he just pulls up short. He knows he's got the back bowl, so he didn't need to worry about position. You can see that green and yellow bowl just behind Zathias there, next to the bowl of his. So what does Jonathan do here? And he's still going to persist on that backhand. It surprises me, frankly. I think there's much better percentages on the forehand, but he's obviously decided to try and draw it. And let's see where he gets to with this bowl. It's on a good line. Little bit
his
pacey.
weight has improved.
Yeah, he's going to sit the bowl. No.
Again through the gap.
Yep. Unlucky. But that's going to be 4 to Hong Kong, and that's a big margin that they now lead by at 7 to 1 after 3 of the 7 ends in set 1. Lion City pairs, under 25s. There you see that first bowl of Quinton up, just underneath it for third shot. Second bowl, which was drawing the shot itself and really tightened the head up. And here's Jonathan with his last bowl, but just finds the gap. Any touch on that bowl of Nixon Mann's he was going to reduce. And immediately Hong Kong back to their favoured length, as you said, Bob, about a 3/4 end. Matt back, and Nixon Mann will have the first bowl on this 4th end. Hong Kong, Singapore B.
Yeah, they've slightly changed the length again.
And this time Nixon on the forehand side. Played all 3 bowls on the backhand last time. And but he obviously saw a skip draw 3 very good bowls down that hand on the last end. So he's come down there. He's going to finish about 1.5 metres over. 2 metres signals Quinton Ip, so he's there. So we'll back his judgment. And we'll just have a look across at some of the other games, just to give you a sense of what's going on here. And in the other greens, of course, we're using 2 greens for the Lion City Cup, the Tanglin Club, where all of our commentary is coming from, and the Bowl Singapore National Complex at Kallang, adjacent to the Singapore Stadium, for those people that know the geography here. And here's Nixon Mann with his second bowl. Again, a little pacey. Now, one of the things that Bob and I have observed from the 5 days here is the players have got the wind behind them. So if you look at the banner there, you see the Tanglin Club banner there, and actually the wind's a little fresher today than it's been on other days. So this is downwind in this direction, and which might account for Nixon just being a little heavy. But Zathias has played a good bowl here. Just going to also finish past. So this is the most room we've seen so far in this game. What sort of correction can we see from Nixon Mann this time?
Yeah, I wonder, Brett, because the as you say, the wind is a little bit stronger today.
He's played that well. That's a well-weighted bowl. So at this stage, 2 to Hong Kong, plenty of room, and Zathias just taking his time with his last bowl of this 4th end.
You'll be pleased to see that New Zealand is closing the gap a little. It's 4-2, I think, to India.
Well, I am pleased to see that because Olivia and Briar have been playing very well. They had a couple of narrow set losses yesterday, so definitely looking to avenge that. And we'll go around the boards in a second, just to give you some scores in these games. Right, so here we go.
Yeah, the Hong Kong
Quentin
skip
Ip,
is
with his
looking
first
reliable
ball.
again.
Yeah, look, he's just played so well. The two of them just combined very well, and that's second shot. So 3 now to Hong Kong. Jonathan with his first bowl. And he's on a pretty good line here, Bob.
Has he got the weight? I think so.
Yeah, he's played this very well. I think that's going to be the shot.
It could be holding.
Yeah,
yes.
Crowd certainly thinks so.
Yep.
With some applause there.
Oh, but another good shot coming in. Not quite heavy enough. Had the right line.
I know there'll be some people from New Zealand interested in the results earlier this morning. In the opening round, Sheldon Baggery, Halley and Keanu Darby, they beat the Lawn Bowls disabled side in straight sets, so that's putting them on a good track. So Jonathan just finishing past there, not a bad home because Hong Kong did have the catches there, but it's a little bit lonely, the Singapore bowl there. And what will Quentin Ip do here? Will he be drawing, or will he look to play with a little bit of weight? Not afraid to attack it. Definitely not afraid to attack it. No, just looks like it's a draw shot. He's been playing that hand pretty well, and he's on a good line here.
Yeah, he's got a good line on this
Just
side.
might be fractionally quick. He's going to sit off that. Well, he sits off that and sits down.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's changed the score. I think it's still,
I think,
Singapore holding.
Singapore holding, I think, that front ball.
From other games this morning, Hong Kong, the runners-up in the ends pairs, they won in straight sets against Singapore B. It was a set each between India and LCBC, and their second round of games has just started there. Here is Jonathan with his last bowl, just looking to see if he can slide in there. Decided to change his hand. Obviously a little concerned about...
has he got the second shot?
I'm going to have
Maybe
a good
a
look here.
measure.
Yep, no, just one. So
Okay.
one to Singapore. So they stay in touch, but it's a 7-2 advantage after 4 of the 7 ends in this first set. In the ladies' pairs, they are they've just kicked off in this 10 o'clock round today. So we'll bring you their scores as we move through the games. We did have a couple of games at Tanglin this morning. LCBC played Singapore Cricket Club, and they that was Regina Tan and Nellen Chua, and they beat Mary Lim and Josephine Sabo 5-4 in the first set and 7-all in the second. Hong Kong and China B traded 1 set apiece. It was one set and a drawn set between Malaysia and Japan in Malaysia's favour. ELBC, Ling Li Li and Chin Ho, they won in straight sets against the Tanglin club. A bit of an upset in with India winning in straight sets against China A, and a straight sets performance by the winners of the ends event, Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo. They beat Singapore B in straight sets. That's a good bowl from Nixon Man. One to Hong Kong with his second bowl here, and we'll just bring you the scores across the green in a minute here, as I'm just scrolling my way through the results. So as we see it now,
yeah, we had assumed, Brett, that on that fourth end that Singapore was holding, but it must have been Hong Kong, who are 8-1 at the moment.
Yeah, we didn't see that. So apologies to the viewers. We can't see that end of the green, so we're relying on the monitor. And clearly, maybe when he turned that bowl across, which Jonathan Ho did with his last bowl, that presented a shot to Hong Kong. So unlucky there for, definitely 8-1 after 4 ends. So I'm just checking the board. So, but Singapore holding one here. So Thias will be disappointed with that last bowl. Really important that, the greens are slow here, about 14 seconds, but you must reach. Just on other boards, Malaysia leading Hong Kong and the under-25 women's next door 4-3 in that game. India 6-2 after 4 ends against New Zealand and holding shot. Further down in the under-25 women's pairs, it's Singapore B leading Singapore A 5 shots to 2. And we'll bring you some other scores as they come to hand. So Quentin Ip, that would be his worst bowl in this game so far, dropping short and narrow as Jonathan Ho plays his bowl. Singapore skip, and he's also short. So here I think we see we're playing into the wind, and as we mentioned, it's a little bit of a breeze. And so both players just will be looking to make the adjustment with their second bowl. And here comes Quentin Ip now. He's on a good line here. He's going a good line here. It comes and breaks into the head. Yep, one signals Nixon Man. It's pretty close. It's just in front of us here.
Yeah. I think Singapore is just holding.
Yeah. Maybe he was just indicating he was pretty happy with the bowl. Yeah. Jonathan Ho with his second, he's narrow and short again. So, that he'll be disappointed with that. 2 short bowls, both narrow. You can see him practicing that swing. And Quentin Ip doesn't need to do any panic here. This is the third to last end of the first set. Possibly one down. So he'll be looking to come up, reaching the bowl. Any jack movement good for Hong Kong. Here it comes now as the weight comes off. He's going to be very close to the jack. He's got the jack. Oh, what a great bowl. What a great bowl. Followed it down and just perfect weight. Really good percentage bowl there. You can see as the bowls come into just in the lee of the clubhouse, you've just got a little bit of shelter here, and that weight came off beautifully, and just a super bowl from Quentin Ip. So 3 now to Hong Kong, and of course this is where you get punished, Bob, for not being up. Singapore doesn't have a bowl past the jack.
Exactly.
And so this really is a bit of a hit and hope for Jonathan.
And the wind may have played a little part in that last ball. It seemed to slow down.
Yeah, he's run at it, but unfortunately he's too wide here. He gets the wing bowl of Nixon Man, but it's 3 to Hong Kong. And that's Hong Kong out to 11-1 now. And I would say in the scheme of this game, almost an unassailable lead. Almost. Right, so opting for a 3/4 end again here from Hong Kong. You can see the TANGLIN club flag and banner just, being teased by the wind there. So what sort of adjustment does Nixon Man make with his first bowl? Played 2 heavy ones coming this way last time, and that's a pretty good bowl. A little heavy and a little narrow. And he waves to his skip saying, sorry, I didn't quite get that right. Zathai Singh, academy player here in Singapore, was beaten semi-finalist in the Ends under-25 event and looking to see if they can go better in this sets event. This is a section play game. We'll complete section play tonight and tomorrow move into the quarterfinals and semi-finals and finals of this Lion City Cup. And what a magnificent week it's been here in Singapore. Great competition, great hosting from the Bowl Singapore and the clubs, and that's a pretty good correction by Nixon Man. Getting slightly under the line, but really good weight. And that's all Hong Kong really need to do now. They lead 11-1 in this first set, and they'll be just looking to consolidate that and prepare themselves for the second set. And Zathias has played a good bowl. He just gets the touch on the shot bowl but slips past, so it has been a case of the Singapore team finding a few holes, Bob.
They are. If there's a gap to be found, they seem to find it, right?
Well, let's hope the second set's kinder to them. That's always the beauty of this format, that you can reset yourself, and still be in it. And here's another good bowl from Nixon Man. Really has just been an outstanding form as a lead would be as good as any lead we've seen in the Open men's competition. Just with the quality of his play, and I expect we're going to see a lot of Nixon and Quentin in the Hong Kong team. But here, this time, it's Zathias just getting a touch on that last bowl of Nixon's, and he nuzzles in there for the shot. So let's watch. That's the last bowl of Nixon Man's that was drawing the shot itself. And you saw Jonathan Ho saying to his mate, come on down there, and he played that perfectly. Sitting off the shot bowl, got a little touch on the jack, and some chalk to indicate that, and it's 1-2 Singapore as Quentin Ip plays his first bowl on this 6th end. It's on a good line here.
Yes, he may get take the jack.
Well,
it's his turn to find the gap.
Indeed it was. Draws another, probably 4th shot there. So very important here that Jonathan gets a bowl for Singapore. Another bowl there.
Just drifted off.
Yeah, nice speed, but just missing his line on that hand, just tending to play a little bit narrow. So what will Quentin Ip do this time? Again, I expect he'll be coming down and reaching. You can see in the background Edmund Lim and Eddie, the Malaysian coach, just sharing a few thoughts about what's going on. Now, what happens here? Well,
he's found the gap again.
Well, there you go. So maybe the worm has turned, as we like to say. Finishes out around the back. So Singapore still holding 1. Of course, they need a lot more than 1 to stay in the set. So they'll be just having a look at things, I think, just to see, well, what do I do here? Because while it's nice to win the end, that won't get them back in the set. They really need at least a 4 here to stay in contention in this first set. Jonathan's just drawing, maybe just looking to see if he can get his eye in, and I don't think they really had made up their mind what they were going to do here, and that's a nothing bowl.
Yeah.
So Quentin up, probably 2 seconds there, and the back bowl, that bowl of his on the left-hand side there, you can see at the back. So let's see what weight he plays. He's sort of played with sort of overdraw weight with the first 2, looking obviously for a result. Let's see what he does this time. Yep, again, I think he's playing with that reaching weight. And he's on a good line. Here's Nixon taking a pretty close look. Does he get the hole a third time? He does.
He has.
Well, there you go.
That's
Played it well in terms of weight-wise, but it's Singapore holding one. Won't get them back into this set in a material way, but they'll be, nevertheless, it'll be a confidence booster for them.
yes.
And he's just, he just slides through the hole himself. Not quite sure what he was trying to do there, perhaps trying to trail the jack to see if he could make some more. So, 1 it is to Singapore. It's 11-2 now, after 6 of the 7 ends in set 1. And
psychologically, Singapore need to try to close that gap, get a couple more shots on the board before they turn to the next 7 ends.
that's right, and just use this last end just to make sure that you're clear about your line and speed. Almost use it as practice. Maybe they'll try a slightly different tactic. Gone out about a 3/4 end here.
Yeah, they've pulled the mat up.
So it'll actually be a short end with the bat up at that distance. But definitely past the minimum. And Zathias will have first bowl here. I'm just going to go and check on some of those scores, Bob, with my book, and I'll be back in a second.
So Hong Kong ending short here, probably 1.5 meters. Let's see if Singapore can consolidate that 1-shot lead at the moment. It's coming in nicely. It's promoted the Hong Kong ball, but Singapore still holding one. That's Singapore coming in very nicely. Played a wiki, just nestles in front of the jack, so it looks as if Singapore is holding 2 at the moment. Just Hong Kong just a little short, but it looks as if at the changeover Singapore may maybe one and a measure, although maybe two. But that second ball of Singapore is just ahead of the other two Hong Kong balls. So Jonathan needs to build on this. He's gone for a back ball. Well positioned now at the back. And Hong Kong going for the back two, so that they've both got a back ball. And now we'll see Jonathan draw, I think. Left it a little short. Yep. Hong Kong coming in with quite a bit of weight, but a little bit too wide, and it drifts quite far back. Oh, does Jonathan have the weight? Not quite. So it looks as if Singapore is still holding two. Both teams have got a back ball.
All right, Bob, I'm back from my adventures.
Yeah.
I'll just let Quinton play this last bowl. Yep, it's
not
two
such a
to,
good end from the Hong Kong standards, but it gives Singapore, is it one or two?
Two, I think, and so we now start the second set. So 11-4 to Hong Kong in the first set, I think. So now into second set. Can I just give you some scores from the other boards? In the game next door, it's Malaysia, the winners of the under-25 women's ends event. They're leading Hong Kong 5-3. India, who were beaten by New Zealand in the semi-finals of that ends event, they are actually exacting revenge. They're 9-2 up after 6 of the 7 ends, so they will win that first set. And it's Singapore B leading Singapore A in the third of the women's under-25 games. In the men, it's Singapore A under-25s leading India 6-2, and the Malaysia-Hong Kong game has just started the second set. I don't have the winner of the first set yet, but as soon as I do, we'll bring that to you. And Nixon Man draws the first shot of this first end of the second set. As you can see, Hong Kong, China winning that first set 11-4 in convincing fashion, as Sathias just finishes through. Just quite hasn't settled into his game this morning yet, has he, Bob? Sathias just hasn't quite settled into his game.
No, they've not been as consistent or as steady as the Hong Kong team. Now, Brett, if after 2 sets it's even in shots, is there a sudden death playoff?
No. In the section play games, they just play the 2 sets because time is pretty precious through, and we've got a lot of games to get off. They're just playing 2 sets, so they can tie 1 set all. But obviously, once we get into the knockout games tomorrow, they will play a tiebreaker end if they're tied. So here's a much better ball from Zathias. Just gets a touch on the Hong Kong bowl. Generous applause from the crowd here at Tanglin Club and for their local team. And Nixon Man now with his third and last bowl of this first end, of the second set. Again, looks to have just narrowed his line up a little bit there. Yeah, three balls under the head. He'd be disappointed with that. All good speed, as we can see. But a chance for Zathias now to see if he can add another shot and just put a bit of pressure on Quinton Ip. He's certainly taken more line. And the bowls, was he going to come back from there? He might have just gone out a little far. Yeah, and he was also heavy.
Yeah.
So not a bad home there. Better there than in front. But still plenty of room there, really, based on the standard of these ends. But as you can see, the banners are billowing there with a bit of breeze. So let's see how the players make the adjustment. And I think that's why you're seeing the bowls turn on that hand. Just got that breeze coming off the side of the clubhouse, and the bowls are getting quite a lot of finish down that side. So Quinton Ip, his first bowl of this second set. And again, he's gone narrow as well. So all of the players just fooling themselves a little bit here. Again, great speed.
Yep.
So Jonathan Ho, I understand he's doing his O-levels in the next couple of weeks, so you'll be busy trying to study in between bowls. And that's a pretty good opening bowl from him. Just going to drift past, but finishes in a good home there. Just in behind. So Quinton Ip, his second bowl.
Because they're bowling into the wind, right? And that may slow it down just a little bit.
Yeah, no, again, he's missed his line here. So just not picking the fact that the wind is turning those bowls off the clubhouse. And so you can see every bowl this end, bar the last bowl of Zathias has been narrow, has been under the centre line. So, not far under. So they're playing with good speed. And this one's not going to trouble the scorers. Beautiful line. He actually took the green, but just had no weight. And you see a little bit of frustration on Jonathan's face there. So we've seen two narrow bowls from Quinton Ip, very uncharacteristically. And now we're going to see three narrow bowls. So they just did not want to take their green on this end. And it's still looking like Singapore holding on for one there as Zathias just checking. No, he says it's a measure. So from where we sit, we thought it looked like Singapore, but if they don't know, we don't know, and we'll wait and see if this bowl changes the outcome. So he's playing down with weight here. Yeah. So looking to try and sit through the Hong Kong bowl. Just not going to...
No.
Oh, actually, I think he was just drawing. I thought with that line, maybe he was playing with weight. But I think he just missed the line again. So, yeah.
It looks as if Hong Kong may have it, Brett. It's difficult from this angle to know exactly, but...
That's close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Nixon maybe thinks that the bowl is Singapore's. Yep, it is. So Singapore. They're on the board.
Yep.
In this second set, they did win the first end in the first set, but unfortunately, then succumbed to a couple of big scores from the Hong Kong team. So,
but that psychologically may give them a bit of a boost, Brett.
I agree. Out comes the mat, so Zathias brings the mat up, and we'll see where they're looking to put the jack. Again, remembering that in this direction they're playing into the breeze. So I'm not sure that's going to be up. Quentin Ip coming down to have a look. They'll straighten it up first, as they're required to do, and now they're going to just check how far up it is. So, umpire, I think we're going to have our international technical officials out. Yep, here they come. I don't know this local umpire. Bob, do you know him?
No.
So John Roberts, of course, be very familiar to viewers from Australia. He's our lead, our chief technical official here. And out comes the tape. See if it's made the 23 metres. Next door, it's pretty close in that Malaysia-Hong Kong game. Looked to me like it might have been 1 to Hong Kong. They might have got up to tie that set. We'll have a look at the scores in a minute.
So the length is okay. Just.
Right. All right. Well, let's see whether Singapore can use this to their advantage. And that breeze really starting to get up now. This will be the windiest day we've had here, which is a blessing for those of us in the commentary position. And you can see that's a great bowl. Well, it's definitely up now because he's moved the jack back about a metre. That's a good opening bowl from Zathai Singh. And Nixon Man with his first bowl. What will he be doing? Well, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's not a bad opener. Yeah. One says a skip, Quentin Ip. Quentin been playing for 7 years, Nixon for 10. Part of that successful youth development team program in Hong Kong. And here's Matthias with his second bowl. And this is going to just start to break at the end. That's a good opener. Or good second bowl, should I say, from the Singapore lead. And immediately Quentin Ip says, come over onto that forehand side. Now that's Nixon just taking a step back as that breeze just got up. So I know the players will be enjoying the breeze from just cooling them down a little bit. Yeah. Humidity's been very high in Singapore over the last few days, but definitely making conditions a bit trickier. And Nixon again just short with his second bowl, 1 to Singapore.
Do you have a big development program in New Zealand, Brett? For
we do, though it does tend to depend where you are in the country. So some of the centres have really had outstanding programs for younger players. I'm thinking particularly Wellington, where there's been a lot of activity driven by Bowls Wellington, and they've had a lot of young players playing, and they recently had a under 25 inter-centre tournament there, which was won by the Wellington team, and Jordan Keane, who played singles in that Wellington team, in fact, a couple of weeks later won the New Zealand champion singles. So he's only a 3rd or 4th year player playing out of the Stokes Valley club, and so to take apart some of the top players in the world, and the top players in New Zealand, including former world champion Shannon McElroy, is no mean effort for a youngster. So that shows the dividends of that program. I think Bowls Canterbury, Bowls Taranaki, where Briar Atkinson, one of the New Zealand players, plays. Olivia Manses in the Canterbury program. Bowls Auckland definitely have done very well with their programs. Not so good in some other centres, and it's definitely something I'd like to see more of a focus on there, because you can see with Singapore and Hong Kong and Malaysia that are here, just the benefits that we're seeing, not just, by the way, in their under-25 teams, but a lot of very young players playing in their open teams as well. So one it is here to Singapore. Quinton playing with a bit of weight there, I think, looking to try and dislodge that bowl of Zathias. So,
yeah, Singapore holding.
Yep, Jonathan Ho now. Now again, he's missed his line here. This is dangerous when you're holding. You know, what do we say? Take green when you're holding. Maybe a little narrow when you're not. Did turn up a bowl of Nixon Mans, but it's still 1 to Singapore. If anything, he's made it slightly harder to get in there for Quinton Ip, but let's see what the Hong Kong skipper does. I think he's just going to be a touch wide on that hand. Yeah, with that weight, you just won't get the bowls to turn. So, again, he comes around behind. Now, this is where, tactically, Singapore have got to get a bowl past the jack. They've got one of Jonathan Ho's, but it's not a long way past. And we may well see, well, he's narrow again here. He might, does he sneak through there? Well, he does. Still just the 1 to Singapore. Nixon Man having a good look here. I wouldn't mind betting, yep. Nixon Man saying, you change onto your forehand side. You got my bowls coming through. We got all the back stuff. Got back bowl.
Yeah, he probably has a good side.
No, he's going to play it on the. He's going to play it on the back end, but he's going to play it with weight.
Yeah.
Here we go. So looking to reach down through that gap. He's going to be close here. He's close here. He's got this all the way. There you are. Great bowl.
He's done it.
Just simply brilliant bowl from Quinton Ip. Out comes 1. I think he likes Nixon. That's out comes 2. That was Quinton Ip's
could be 2
run bowl. Definitely 2 to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
In the other games, just while I'm measuring, first set where she went to Hong Kong, I think, actually got up to win that first set against Malaysia. So that was a bit of a surprise. So 1 set to Hong Kong, and they're playing the first end of the second set. So they must have got 2 on that last end to win that. And in the India-New Zealand game, these are under-25 women's games, it was umpire again, so it's obviously pretty close. So in the India-New Zealand game, it is first set to India, and it is now New Zealand who scored on the second end. The first end of the second set. But I see they've just completed the second end, and it was 1 to India. So 1-1 after 2 ends of the 7 in that second set. India having won the first set. Further on, it was Singapore B who won the first set in their match against Singapore A. That's an under 25 women's game. Further down, it looks like it was Singapore A who won their first set against India. If I'm looking correctly, I might, and then we're not sure about the Malaysia result against Hong Kong. The second Hong Kong team down the end. So stand by for those results as we can bring them to you. So 2 it was to Hong Kong. Brilliant ball from Quinton Ip. So they lead 2-1 in the second set. Hong Kong having won the first set. So we see a slightly longer end this time. The mat is up, so we'd call that about a medium to 3/4 end, I think, Bob.
Yeah, 3/4. I think it's the mat is what, about 4 mats in front.
Great to see an appreciative crowd in this morning at Tanglin. We don't have a lot of room for spectators here, but it's nice to see that we've got a number of people that have come along from Japan, from New Zealand, and locals to watch this game.
Plus the millions watching around the world.
Absolutely,
Brett.
and we hope you're enjoying this coverage. Brett O'Reilly and Bob Gatty here at the Tanglin Club. We're at the Lion City Cup here in Singapore. It's day 5, section play of the 4 competitions, and in this game we're concentrating on under 25 men, and it's the champions of the Ends tournament played earlier this week. Nixon Mann, as he delivers his second bowl on this third end, and he's playing with Quentin Itpin. Again, players just missing their line a little bit. Had good speed there, so he just finishes over. So it's 2 at this stage to Hong Kong, but plenty of room as Thiasing plays his second bowl. Drew a very good shot on the last end, which stayed there until Quentin Ip played a magnificent bowl with his last bowl to secure 2 shots for Hong Kong. Just slipping underneath it. And that's the shot. Again, the players tending to play under the line a little bit this way. Let's see what Nixon Mann does this time. That's a better line. You'll see the bowl start to turn now. It just start to come into view. It was just a little bit heavy, but you can see the bowl finishes almost on the centre line. So that was pretty good line. So the Singaporean skip Jonathan Ho saying to Zathias, "Draw me another shot, buddy."
I mean, we're watching younger players, but it's physically quite demanding, Brett, when you're playing 2 games back to back in the hot sun. You're out there for 3 to 4 hours, and now we're into the 5th day of that. It is quite physically demanding.
Yep, it's a lot of bowls. It's very humid here in Singapore. As I say, the breeze will be welcomed by some of the players, but you can see whether young or old, players looking a little bit tireder now than they did last Sunday when we gathered for our official practice day and for the opening ceremony. And tomorrow will be the last day as we work our way through to the medal rounds in this Lion City Cup. So Quentin Ip with his first bowl, and again narrow on this side. The players just do not seem to want to take green on this hand. And this one will also be under the centre line. Just don't seem to trust that hand that they can take green, and a very good speed, but just finishes underneath the jack. So we're very impressed with Quentin Ip. He's been playing bowls for 7 years. Let's see what he does this time. He's underneath it as well.
They're all following the same line, and it's all drifting off.
Yep, held up with good weight.
Yeah.
So Nixon Mann says we've got the shot. So let's give him some credit there. But at this stage, really only 1 bowl on the green side of this rink. Better line here this time from Jonathan Ho, but I don't think he's going to reach it. And Singapore skip maybe just looking a little bit weary on it. I noticed he was just walking very slowly coming down. And they're only trailing by 1 here, 2-1, and after 2 of the 7 ends in the second set. So he just needs to pick himself up and see if he can help bring this team home. Quentin Ip again missing his line here, and he gets a touch off the front bowl. Speed was probably quite reasonable, but Again, just missing the line. So Zathias having a look here just to see, okay, how many shots are we down, or who's got the shot? Let's see what he says.
Yeah, let's see what Jonathan can do here, because
he says a measure. Zathias says you can get around there. You can draw around that front bowl. That's not in your way. But I just don't think the players believe, Bob, that there's turn there. You know, I just think, you know, that when they go back and watch this game, they'll wonder why they wouldn't take their green.
yes, yeah.
Perhaps just a little bit of inexperience. No?
Okay, he's going forehand, is he? Yes. There's room on that side. There's lots of room.
Yep, well, that's
Right.
the best greened bowl we've seen of the skips.
Will it go
And
above?
he's going to be pretty close here.
Yes, this could be. Come on, come on.
Well played.
Yes. Good ball.
So
It's a
an
good
old Italian coach of mine
Yeah.
used to say to me, you take it a green, you draw it a shot.
Yeah.
And I think he was right.
Yeah.
You do take it a green, you draw the shot, and that's exactly what happened for Jonathan Ho there. So Italo Servo was that coach when I first started playing, first started getting interested in bowls. And
Oh, and they're measuring for the second ball.
so there, around they go. Just checking out which is the closest Hong Kong bowl. So Zathias just checking out first. That's definitely the closest one there. So what do we got? Well, we're seeing the board adjusted.
Just one, is it?
I'll have a look here. I'm not sure that board is right. We'll just check that. We'll just check that board. Edmund, can you check the board, please?
Correct.
Well, it must have been 3 to Hong Kong on that second end. So it's actually 3-2.
Two,
So it was
yeah.
3 to Hong Kong on the second end. We only thought it was 2 when they measured. Remember, the umpire came in and measured.
Right.
So we missed that. So apologies to our viewers. So it was 1 to 1 to Singapore there. So they now trail by 3-2 after 3 of the 7 ends. So that was Edmund Lim, the coach of the Singapore team, and his charge, Zathias Ng, just dropping short with his first bowl. As we've said, playing into the wind coming in this direction, and you'll see the bowls tend to hold up a little more. There is still finish there, but and Nixon Man steaming through there, and as you see, once it gets into the shadow of the clubhouse there and a bit of shelter, the bowls do then turn. So what can Zathias do with his second bowl? He's on a good line here, Bob.
He's got a good line.
Waving it on. It's going to need a
He's
little
got
touch.
the length.
He gets a
Yes.
little touch off the
Yes.
front bowl,
Yes.
flops back for shot, and that's a very good bowl from
Yeah.
the Singapore lead. A tight line, but rewarded by touching his first bowl. 2 to Singapore, and suddenly a little bit of pressure on the Hong Kong team.
Oh,
And right on time,
Okay, what a
Nixon
ball.
Man just plays
Yes.
another screamer. The number of times I think we've seen him draw the jack off a shot
Yes.
bowl
Yeah.
is uncanny, Bob, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. No, they play well under pressure when they're, they're one behind, and it looks as if the jack is very difficult to get at, but they do it. They get at it.
They sure do. They sure do. So Zathias just checking this out. Okay, where are we? Where are we going? He's on the forehand, so he's swapped over. This will be the narrower of the hands, but not that narrow. And he just drops away.
Yeah.
So, couple to Hong Kong, and again, Singapore falling into this trap of no back bowls. Now, admittedly, the jack was trailed away, but so important with that third bowl when you're 2 down, you must reach. Don't have to get the shot. You just have to reach. And Nixon Man is really punishing him here.
Yeah.
Changes his hand and draws another shot. So 3 to Hong Kong. Pressure swings over onto Jonathan Ho, the Singapore skip. Here we see it. That was the second bowl from Zathia Singh. Just flopping in for shot. And just when you thought it was safe to go in the water, Nixon Man trails that jack back to his bowl and adds a third for good measure with his last. So we're playing the fourth end of the second set. The first set was won by Hong Kong, and they lead 3-2 after 3 ends of 7 in the second set. And we see Jonathan just getting wrecked on that short bowl, and
it's going to be very difficult for Jonathan to come through because there are now 4 balls before he can get to the jack.
Yep, so Quentin up. Pretty good line here.
Yeah.
It will start to break now as the weight comes off. But that for him, that's a pretty poor bowl.
Yep.
It's about a good metre and a half short. And still gives some room to Jonathan Ho to play his bowl. And he's on a good line here. Here it comes. Off comes the weight now. It's breaking in. Wow, great bowl. Well, yep. So 1-2 Singapore. You heard Nixon Man, the Hong Kong skip, to Quentin Ipper's Hong Kong lead, shall I say, to Quentin Ip. Play down there, see if you can turn that bowl through. And Quentin Ip, he's on a good line here.
Yeah. Dangerous ball.
Just
now.
starting to come now. Will he come enough? No, that weight just a little bit overplayed it.
Yeah.
But he's at the back, and Nixon Man thanks him for that.
Jonathan's ball just needs to fall over, maybe.
I think they've got the shot. But yes, you're right.
Yeah.
It's very lonely there, and this bowl's pretty important in the context of both this end and this game, and he's played this pretty well. Is he going to get up?
Oh, just short.
So, look, it is slightly in Quentin Ip's line. Hong Kong player very quickly into his work. Now just resetting himself, just making sure he knows what he's doing here. Here we go. He's definitely on a better line. Yes. He's got this all the way. Oh, that's magnificent. That's absolutely magnificent.
What a good shot.
Out comes one bowl.
Yeah.
Quentin Nixon Man says, I think it's 2. 2 it is.
2 it is.
So, again, Quentin plays another very decisive bowl in this end. It's 5-2 Hong Kong leading. So there was the bowl of Jonathan Ho, the Singapore skip, drawing the shot. He was 3 down at that stage, so that was a very good bowl. And here's this last bowl from Quentin Ip, the Hong Kong skipper. Just superbly played. Slightly adjusted his weight, I think a little bit less weight than his second bowl. So 5-2 now. Hong Kong trying to kick out to a lead after 4 of the 7 ends in set 2. Lion City Cup, men's under 25 pairs. We'll bring you some scores from the game between India and New Zealand. It was first set to India, and they lead 3-2 after 4 ends in the second set. Next door, from this men's game, we've got the champions from the ends tournament, the Malaysian team, and they lost their first set against Hong Kong. And we'll just bring you that score. We're just slightly obscured with the board at the present. So it's 4-2 to Malaysia after 3 ends in that second set against Hong Kong. and Hong Kong holding 2 very good shots. So nice opening bowl from Nixon Man here. Took his green, so might have had a little word from the coach just about taking a line, or he's worked it out himself. But whether it was a coach or him, he's made the adjustment, and that's 2 much better bowls from him. Finishing on the right side of the left side as we're looking at the centre line, but he'll be very pleased with those. So 2 to Hong Kong. Zathias Ng, his second bowl.
I didn't come in.
No, just breeze just teasing him along, so didn't make the mental adjustment. Same weight with the first 2 bowls. And Nixon Man with his third bowl. Nice smooth action, isn't it, Bob? Just gets the ball away nice and cleanly most ends.
And very relaxed,
yeah.
Brett.
At time he did miss the line, but his weight was pretty good. So 3 to Hong Kong. Plenty of room there for Singapore, so no need to panic at this stage. But Zathias would like to get a good shot, I think, here. Nice follow through. He's out on a good line here. Now, as he made the adjustment with speed, it's pretty good. It's breaking. I think he's just going to slide past, and good line with all 3 bowls, but just not making that adjustment with the wind behind him. And it's Hong Kong holding shots here, as Jonathan and Quentin wander back to just in front of our commentary position, where they'll play their bowls on this 5th end. Alright, so here's a pretty good bowl coming here from Quentin Ip. I think he's picked this pretty well here. It's going to just start to die in there. Yep, that's another shot.
Yeah,
so I'm going to call that 4 to Hong Kong. So what can Jonathan do here with his bowl? He's narrow.
No, he's.
Yep, missing the line there, and that bowl will swing away.
Yeah.
Just misses sitting on that bowl of Kongs, but that's a poor first bowl from the Hong Kong skip. Just not taking his green on that hand, and from the Singapore skip. And it's Quentin Ip with a free hit, really, down on this hand. Plenty of room to draw. And his bowl just starting to break. It's not going to quite have the weight, so surprisingly doesn't add another shot. So he's narrow again here. Just not getting
it's
out.
the same
to
line
green.
as the previous one, it's just gone.
Just not believing the green on that side.
Although that may have cut down the lead, Brett.
Yeah, I think it's still Hong Kong holding
Yes.
at least 3 shots there. So I've just had the signal from Heikel, the Malaysian lead. They've won their game in straight sets, so congratulations to them. And there's the shot from Quentin Ip, made the adjustment. So Jonathan Ho talking to his skipper, to his coach, talking to Edmund Lim. So the roaring behind us was in the women's under-25 game between Malaysia and Hong Kong. Jack's gone in the ditch in that game, and it looks like Hong Kong is still holding. So here's the last bowl from Jonathan.
Has he made the adjustment? He's coming.
Nope.
No.
No. He's definitely had better weight, and that saved him. So 1 it is to Hong Kong. Nixon Man with the grabs the jack, and Hong Kong now leads 6-2. Right, so first set was won by Hong Kong, 11-4. They lead 6-2 now. Quentin Ip and Nixon Mann. The jack's been delivered. It's going to be a shorter end this time. Matters up. Jack's just in front of us. And we'll keep you apprised. I can tell you New Zealand's got in front in that topsy-turvy game with India. India won the first set. This is in the women's under-25 pairs. And it's now 4-3 to New Zealand after 4 ends in that second set.
So
so
it looks like 4-all, Brett.
4-3 New Zealand India there, and in the game next door, Malaysia Hong Kong is 4-all.
It's 4-all.
So so pretty tight there. That's after 4 ends. Hong Kong having won that first set. So some great games here. Good first ball from Zathiasing, just coming past the jack. That's there'll be a measure for shot. Nixon Mann just dropping short with his first bowl. And again, he's down on this backhand side here at Tanglin Club. Just looking to come underneath his bowl, which he does perfectly. And that's a nice second bowl from the... So Jonathan Ho says we're just one down. So trying to see if he can get his mate just to play a similar bowl just underneath that bowl. But I think that's going to be short. Just lifted his head a little bit as he let it go. Maybe just felt that breeze in his face. And it's a long way short. Nixon Mann, you see, he keeps his head still. So important in bowls to keep your head still at the point of delivery. And it just gives him that good line. But he's also dropped very short here.
Unusual.
Yeah, perhaps just I'm just looking at that Tanglin flag behind the players. That really is fluttering now. So maybe it's a bit of a heave into the wind here. See that green banner? You can see just behind the rink there, and you can see how much that's fluttering with that breeze. And again,
again short.
A short bowl. So only one bowl past the jack. That's the first bowl of Jonathan Zathiasing. There was the shot drawn by Nixon Mann. But this would be one of our loosest ends that we've seen so far in the game. Both leads struggling into this breeze. And Quentin Ip deciding he's going to play that forehand. He played it very well last time coming this way. Oh, and he didn't like that. So, had good speed, actually. But, immediately turned his back on the bowl. Knew he'd gone too wide.
Yeah, this is out of character end.
So can Singapore capitalise on this? Well, that's a good bowl from Jonathan Ho. It's still Hong Kong holding shot, but that tightens it up a little bit. Quentin Ip with his second bowl. He likes this one a little bit better. You can see him, watching with some interest. Weight coming off now and just starting to turn it. The head's just going to come around. He won't mind that. They're holding the shot. They're leading 6-2, and that covers the two Singapore bowls. And Jonathan Ho just trying to reach up there looking for the bowl. He gets the shot bowl on the edge, but just slips past. So still 1 to Hong Kong. They lead 6-2 in the second set. Lion City Cup under 25 men's pairs as Quentin Ip plays his last bowl.
And it's a good ball.
And Quentin's played
ball
this
again.
very well. Just sliding through, might count, but as importantly, covers those two catches of... So Quentin, be pleased with that bowl. They lead 6-2 on the board. they've got at least one, maybe two here.
See, realistically, Brett, Singapore need this end.
They do. Yeah, one is probably not enough, I think, and so quite wisely, Jonathan's coming up to have a look. I think they've got plenty of time, so I don't think they need to. They've played this game at a good clip, so he needs to have a look at it. There is the opportunity to draw another shot there, but you see they're just looking at the board. 6-2, only one end after this. So, what are his options? He could try and draw the shot.
Well,
He could try and trail the jack. He's got a couple of balls behind there.
You see, if he could knock out the Hong Kong holding ball, then they may get three.
Yep.
But it's a lot to ask.
Yep, that's a good point. They do have seconds here, but I'm not sure.
They've got to move the Hong Kong ball right out of the way and sit on it.
So he's definitely changed his hand and he's playing with weight. Yep, he's looking for the jack. He's looking for the bowl. He's come off the front bowl and just slides past the shot bowl. And it's one. Yep, one to Hong Kong.
Yep.
So Nixon man, who never really looks any different whether they've won the end or not. Just a very cool cucumber. So one to Hong Kong. They now lead 7-2 playing the last end. So it's a decisive margin at 5. But we saw yesterday a 6 almost scored on the last end of a game. So let's just wait and see what happens here.
Yeah, we saw 5 touches yesterday, 5 in a row. It was quite unusual.
Sure was. Right, so New Zealand in the women's under-25 pairs, Briar Atkinson and Olivia Manser are 5-3 up playing the last end in their game against India, having lost the first set. And I can see Briar Atkinson has just drawn a great shot for the Kiwis, so be good. And right on cue, Nixon Man's done the same thing here. So the Hong Kong lead, uncharacteristically loose for him on this set. You know, both players missing their line a bit with the breeze, and again you can see Sathias just coming underneath. Good speed. So it's a good second, so it still gives them a chance. Malaysia leading 6-4 with 2 ends to go against Hong Kong in the adjacent rink in the women's under-25 pairs. In the far game of the women's under-25, Singapore B leading Singapore A. Again, having won the first set, Singapore B 5-2 up after 5 ends in that game, and in the distant game, I can't quite see that board, which is a game between Singapore A, Harriman and Isaac, playing the Indian men's under-25 pair. So we'll come back to you with that. In the meantime, it's Hong Kong holding one here. Unfortunately, that second bowl of Zathia Singh is going to make it pretty hard for Singapore to score 6, but they can tie the end and drawn ends count. So now they'll have to focus on trying to get a 5 here, and that's a good bowl from him. That's another second shot, and that's what he needs here. Last end, set 2, men's under-25 pairs, Lion City Cup. There you see that first bowl from Nixon Man. Right. Quentin Ippi's played very well in this game again. So impressed with this young man. Away he goes on the forehand side. I sense he's a fraction narrow, but he's got pretty good weight here. So what's he going to do? He's just going to move the jack, and then he just slides next to it. So very, very good weight. And actually played that line well. I thought he might have been slightly narrow, but he had the weight. Held the bowl up to the jack. So 2-2 Hong Kong. Of course, they only need to stop Hong Kong scoring a 5. And here's a great bowl from Jonathan. Well played.
Yes.
And
well done, Jonathan.
The partisan local crowd here at Tanglin Club giving him appreciative applause. There's some good games.
Found the gap, yes.
Just finds the gap, so... Jonathan Ho with his second bowl. He really needs to play the same sort of shot, be coming down trying to sit that Hong Kong ball through. He's close.
Yeah.
Not sure he's going to quite have the speed, and yes, he pulls up short. So, nice line, but really needed to be sitting that ball through, and you can see his frustration. He knew he had a good line, but just didn't quite have the speed to get there. And Quentin Ip will just be looking to consolidate here. I think he's played this one pretty well. Look at this. Oh, he just gets the touch off the front bowl.
Yep.
So, I think there may still be a chance for Singapore here, Bob.
I thought he was going to take the jab.
Yeah. Yep. I think there's a chance for Singapore to get 5 here. I'm not sure he's playing it. He's just drawing again. Well, that surprises me. I think
no.
I think he had a chance there. And yep. They're going to shake their hands. So it's 1 to Singapore. And they will lose the second set 7-3. So it's Hong Kong straight sets. Quentin Ip and Nixon Man showing their really good form in this event. I can tell you in the game adjacent, New Zealand have won the second set of their game against India, so that's a set apiece in that game of the women's under-25 pair, so that's keeping the hopes of Briar Atkinson and Olivia Manser alive. Olivia skipping that pair. And in the Malaysia-Hong Kong game, the board says they've played 5 ends and it's 6-4 to Malaysia. So Malaysia just getting their nose in front here, and looking at the head, I think it is Malaysia holding, and they've just drawn another shot, so that's 3 to Malaysia now. Edmund Lim just coming to join us in the commentary position. He would have been a little frustrated with his players. But no question about it, Quentin Ip and Nixon Man are a class act from Hong Kong, and Edmund agrees. So we'll just watch this last bowl from the Hong Kong skip in the under-25 women's game. She's 2 down on the board and 3 down on the head. It's pretty close. Just coming through. Oh, what a magnificent bowl. She threaded her needle through a whole bunch of bowls, and that's 1 to Hong Kong. So that's just a fantastic bowl. Keeps them in it. So 3 there to Malaysia would have been game, set, and match, I think, Bob. But instead it's 1 to Hong Kong. And they remain alive in this game. They won the first set against Malaysia, remembering Malaysia were the champions in the ends event. Hong Kong just narrowly missing qualifying in that event. So let's see what we'll just stay with that game. A Hong Kong pair of Abby Chan and Audrey Lai, and they are playing Noor Alia Fitra and Ayan Nurnajwa from Malaysia.
And
Fitra and
just
Nurnajwa
going into the last end, Brett, 6-5 to Malaysia.
very close.
And Hong Kong won the first set, so all to play for on this end.
Players, last 3 minutes.
So 3 minutes is the call. That means that they'll get their last end in. They've played 6 and a good opening bowl from the Hong Kong lead. It's been a very good game. We've been keeping an eye on it as we've been watching the boys' game, and it's been it's been a good good match. So measure for shot, I think. The Malaysian lead just dropping short. So let's see what we've got in store with the second bowl from Hong Kong. Waving it on. Is it going to reach? Is it going to reach? Looks like still 1-2 Hong Kong. Second bowl from Nurul Alia Fitra, the Malaysian lead. She just gets a little touch off the bowl of Hong Kong, so it's 1-2 Malaysia. And now Abby Chan with her bowl. It's on its way. Just going to be a little bit quick, I think. Yep. Just trying to reach that Malaysian shot bowl or trailer jack, and she's just slipped past by a couple of metres. So Malaysia still holding here. Hong Kong won the first set in this under-25 women's game, but it's Malaysia leading 6-5 playing this last end of the second set. No tiebreaker, so they're really just playing to see who wins the set. And
that could be
yep, that's
a second.
Two to Malaysia.
Yep.
So early advantage to them. Right, so Hong Kong will have the first bowl here.
Players, this is your last end. The game is finished. This is your last end. Thank you. Can you please bring your cards to the table?
Right, first bowl from Hong Kong. Down by 1 on the board, down by 2 on the head. Breaking into the head now. It's close here. She's close here. She's got the jack. She's got the jack, and it's back to her own bowls. So 2-2 to Malaysia becomes suddenly 3 to Hong Kong. This is a tight one. So it's Hong Kong holding. They won the first set. They trail the second set by 1. And the first bowl from the Malaysian skip, that's in the ditch. So he's trying to reach up, I think, and sit the shot bowl. Bob, this is another grandstand finish, isn't it?
It really is. And now they've moved the jack, so they have to adjust their line. And they've moved the jack backwards. So they've each got 2 more bowls.
So there's a lot at stake in this game as they battle towards qualification. Hong Kong won the first set. Can they win the second set? Second bowl is on its way. Looks to me like she's a little short here. Yep, that's not gonna... It's gonna probably count as another shot, but that's a long way away. I'd be very surprised if that's still a shot. So you can see the Malaysian lead. It's giving Some guidance to her skip here. First ball was in the ditch. Yep, again she's got it away with, and I think she might be a little quick again. It's better, definitely better weight than the first one, but she's going to need the jack. She's going to need the jack. She gets the jack, but she doesn't get it full. So definitely one to Hong Kong. See the Hong Kong coach there, Sonny, just talking to his player and giving them a guide.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yep. Look for all money like she had the jack.
Yes.
But just turned at the last, as bowls do. So Hong Kong lie 1. Trying to draw just short here. You can see the foot just in front of the jack, trying to draw short. See if she can get a second shot, which she needs to win the set, but also consolidate the head. I think she's on a good line here, Bob. She's played this bowl very well. Now it's all down to the speed now.
It's looking
she doesn't
good.
want the jack. She doesn't
right
want
onto the
jack.
jack.
Oh, she does when she's got perfect weight. Front toucher. Wow. Wow. Right, so up goes the Malaysian skip.
No pressure, Brett. That was a tremendous ball, wasn't it?
That was a very good ball.
Yeah.
So we've got the Malaysian players just sitting next to us in the commentary position here, keenly watching this game. So they do have a bowl behind. There's Eddie, their coach. He's come to provide some assistance. We saw Sonny, the Hong Kong coach, providing advice to his players with their last bowl. So there's only one bowl to go. Women's under 25 pairs. Hong Kong won the first set, but they trail Malaysia by 6-5 in this last end of the second set. But it is Hong Kong holding 2. What can Malaysia do here? They've got the back bowl, so there's no reason for her to be short. Even if she turns the shot bowl onto the jack and it says 1, that would get a draw for this set. So here we go. Lining up to play her last bowl. And it's on its way. You'll start to see it breaking towards into our position now. She's close. She's close. She's close. She's just going to go through the gap, and it's Hong Kong, who have scored 2 shots here to win their under 25 women's game in straight sets, causing the upset, beating the Malaysian champions from our Lion City Cup Ends tournament, Nur Ala Fitra and Ayan Nurjawa. They've beaten them in straight sets, so well done to the Hong Kong pair of Abby Chan and Audrey Lai. Just missed qualifying in the Ends event and making every post to winner here in the second sets tournament here at the Lion City Cup in Singapore. So on behalf of Bob Gatty and Brett O'Reilly, we'll sign off now and we'll be back with you shortly for our next game. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Brett. Take care.
We've seen some great bowls this morning.
Well, it's been Hong Kong's morning on these near rinks, the boys and the girls, and they've both played so well. The consistency and the concentration and the calmness, you know, they never seem to get ruffled, the boys.
That's very true.
They stayed calm all the way through, had some exceptionally good bowls, and the girls, or the ladies, who've come through on that last end very, very well. So Hong Kong's morning, as far as these first near rinks at the TANGLIN Club are concerned, and some close games on the other games, Brett.
So I can tell you that that's the first loss that Malaysia have had in this event. the Malaysian team skipped by Ian Nurjawa and the leaders Nurul Fitra. They had 3 wins and a draw yesterday, so they now add a loss to that. That's the second win for the Hong Kong team, but they had 2 draws yesterday. A draw in this format is a set each, so that propels them right back into contention. Singapore A, I think, lost in that game to Singapore B, so it's going to be really tight now for who gets up to get those 3rd and 4th positions in this event. So stay with us. We'll be back with more coverage at this Lion City Cup here at the Tanglin Club in Singapore later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. 5, 6. You may start.
Welcome to the Lion City Cup. We are here at the TANGLIN Club in Singapore for this World Bowls Series event. This afternoon we're going to bring you the under 25 pairs. It's the last round of qualifying for some of these players, and it's the New Zealand combination of Olivia Manser skipping, as you can see there, and Briar Atkinson, and they're playing the Singapore team of Michaela Ng, who's leading, and Cheryl Tay. With me in the commentary position is William Moy. William, tell me about the Singaporean combination.
So this is a pretty young team. They have, while they are young, but they have certainly earned their place here. The duo of Michaela and Cheryl, I believe they were the pairs runners-up, right? And in this regard, we can say that they have, especially for Michaela, she's only 12 years old. So there will be many years ahead. And these are the emerging talents from Singapore.
Well, that's great to see. Playing a New Zealand combination, Briar Atkinson, one of the young stars of New Zealand bowls. Briar plays out of the Paratutu Club in the Taranaki Centre in Central North Island. Been a real star on the New Zealand scene, both singles and pairs leading. Was runner-up in the national pairs this year in New Zealand, and she's playing with Olivia Manser. Olivia originally hailing from the lower part of the North Island, started her bowls in Wairarapa. She's played bowls also in Manawatu, but now she's at university in Christchurch, where she is studying business. And so she's playing out of the famous Burnside Club in Christchurch, and she was the Bowls Canterbury Women Player of the Year. And Briar living in New Plymouth, as I say, playing for Paratutu Bowling Club, and she's studying to be a nurse. So, and they were runner-up in the ends competition, beaten by Malaysia. In the final, here we see a great first bowl from Michaela, drawing the shot there. So and Briar Atkinson just slipping underneath the jack there at Tanglin, rink 1 here, and Olivia Manser to play her first bowl. Played some great bowls in the final of the under 25 women's ends tournament, just to be narrowly beaten by Malaysia. And she's played a pretty good bowl here, just again sliding through. This is Cheryl.
Yep.
Which club does she play in, William?
So Cheryl plays for the Lion City Lawn Bowls Club. I guess this is kind of like her final year to be in under 25 before she moves on to play in the ladies in the next the year to come. So Cheryl and Michaela and Gail has been a formidable representation of the young talents, the young emerging talents for the ladies in Singapore. So we do expect to see them on the scene in the years to come. And this is
very nice. So Olivia Manser just wide with that second bowl of hers. Yep. So it's Singapore holding shot. And I gather Gail's got an exam today. I guess that comes with being a young player. You also got to fit in your school. Yeah,
especially for Michaela having to juggle examinations. So it's not easy because in Singapore examinations, studies seems to be more important than sports. But it's good to see them taking time off from school to represent Singapore in this tournament.
It sure is. So. It's Olivia now just coming down here. She's looking to get through there. She's going to get the hole again. So that's 3 bowls that the New Zealand pair have put between the jack and the shot bowl. And Singapore holding 1 here as Cheryl plays her last bowl.
Let's see if she can add
playing slightly
shot.
into the breeze here at Tanglin. And she's going to get through the hole now. So you wouldn't believe you could get 4 bowls between the jack and the bowl, but we did. And it's 1 to Singapore. Reminding our viewers, it's a 2-set format. So there's that first bowl from Olivia Manser, and Briar Atkinson's bowl had gone through there. There's the second one. So yeah, and then of course the third bowl from Cheryl. So 1 to Singapore. So just reminding viewers, our format in this second Lion City Cup tournament, we played an ends tournament Monday to Wednesday. This is day 2 and the final day of qualifying in the sets tournament. So 2 7-end sets and no tiebreaker. So it's pretty cutthroat. Yep. William, what have you seen so far in the sort of tactics from players in this format?
Well, in terms of different players have different tactics, and I've noticed that the way they played in the ends seems to be different from the sets, because in sets it tends to be it could be anyone's game, especially if you could be doing well the first 2-3 ends and only to go down, in a big score towards the end. So everyone needs to be careful, needs to be cautious, but they need to take as many points as possible in the earlier ends, in order to secure their positions. So
both players playing over. In the direction we're playing now, you can see the breezes behind the players, and so we've tended to see the players play a little heavier coming this way. The bowls tend to turn a little bit more, particularly on the clubhouse side, with the breeze just channeling off the side. But that's a nice correction from Michaela with her second bowl. Briar Atkinson,
how she replies.
Yeah, Briar Atkinson, very quick into her work. She's coached by Morris Symes in New Zealand, former New Zealand international, and now greenkeeper at the Fitzroy Bowling Club in Taranaki, and that's Briar plays very like Morris. Just note that takes one sight on the mat and plays, and a nice smooth delivery she has really built up a tremendous record in New Zealand. She's ranked just outside of the top 20 in the World Bowl Series rankings. No ranking points available for these under 25 events, but nevertheless the players are really enjoying the international competition. And Briar now down with her third bowl. The last bowl of the leads on this end, and she's just going to get onto the shot bowl.
This is the second time they try to promote Michaela's bowl.
Yeah,
good effort to get the 2 seconds over there.
So we'll see what Grace and Olivia do here. As we can see, there was the second bowl of Briar's, which just turned that bowl up and down again, and there was the third one. And this time it did turn it over. So we found this clubhouse hand. You can see the wind there. This clubhouse hand tends to just have a bit of late finish. Previous game between Singapore and Hong Kong under 25 men, they just tended to be a bit narrow on this hand. But
but I guess who dares to attempt that wins in the end.
Yep, that's right. And here's Cheryl showing us. She's just taken a little bit of line. Didn't quite have the speed to finish. So Singapore holding at least one here, leading 1-0, 2 7-end sets, and whoever wins this game will get pretty close to qualifying for the semi-finals in the women's under 25s tomorrow. So Olivia Manser just missing that, the fact that she's got the breeze behind her. Nice line, but just too heavy, as we see Cheryl play her second bowl.
It's a good effort. The ball just sneak past the jack to the back.
Right, Olivia Manser with her second bowl. Tighten it up a little bit this time, and this is where, if she's got good weight, she might get a touch on those front bowls. She does get a touch, not quite for shots. So Singapore still holding one.
Yep.
But New Zealand with with a couple of seconds there, and it'll be interesting to see what Olivia opts to play with her last bowl.
Another attempt by Cheryl on the clubhouse side.
Yep, just coming down now, and she's played this pretty well. She's got a little bit of weight on, so she'll need to be careful not to get the jack. She gets the jack, and it's a slice of hell. It's a slice of hell. I think that's one now to New Zealand. Looking at it from the screen here, Briar just having a look, giving Olivia jack level.
Oh.
And so she'll be looking to just come down on that forehand side. Definitely got better line this time. Think she's looking a little bit quick to me. Yep, just overplayed that. And that's one to New Zealand. Yep, one it is.
One
so
to New Zealand.
We're all tied up. One apiece after two ends of this under 25 women's event here at the Lions City Cup. William, what does it mean for bowls in Singapore to have so many of these international players playing in this Lions City event?
I think this is, in terms of exposure, this is fantastic because, especially for the young bowlers, it is not easy for them to get this kind of international exposure. Having many international players coming down to test their skills is definitely going to be a good experience for all the young bowlers, and this is definitely something that we hope that eventually this could be a frequent event to have more international bowlers coming down to Singapore to test and to give some experience to the young bowlers.
Well, certainly the Bowls Singapore organising committee have done a fantastic job. I mean, this is the first Asian event in the World Bowl Series rankings. There'll be others later in the season, but great to be here in Singapore. The tournament's been incredibly well organised. It's been pretty busy.
Yeah, you get a warm, literally warm reception over here.
Yep. Yeah, both warm in terms of hospitality and humidity. And here's a very good second bowl from Briar Atkinson. Nice correction.
Shot, yeah. So let's see how Michaela replies.
So playing down with her second bowl.
Bit heavy. Hoping to sit out.
So Briar's ranked 24th in the World Bowl Series rankings, and that's in the Open rankings. New Zealand development player, and has really built a fantastic track record for herself very quickly. Done very well in singles events for Taranaki, and really just a fantastic young sports person. I've been managing the New Zealand team as well as my World Bowls duties and helping with commentary, and they've just been great tourists, and we've been having they've been long days here, but we've still managed to get out and see some of the sights of Lion City. We were up at Marina Bay Sands, up on the top of the middle tower for dinner a couple of nights ago, and that was just an amazing place to eat, and great to watch the light show down at the Hanging Gardens. There really is just so much to do.
That's
in
definitely
Singapore.
the place to be when you visit Singapore. So for the viewers out there for overseas, that's your itinerary the next time you come to Singapore.
Absolutely, and we got to the night safari one night, and we've been to the Hanging Gardens and seen them from ground level, and now we've seen them from above. So, it's great place to come and play bowls, but also a great place just to explore the sites, try the various local cuisines. Should be good. So, back to the bowls. 1-2 New Zealand. That second bowl of Briar Atkinson's. Olivia Manson now just looking to try and tighten her game up here. Heavy with her first bowl. Looks like to be on a better line here. Just going to get wrecked on her front bowl, and I think if she'd missed that she would have been pretty close. So 1-2 New Zealand. Michaela just
Looks like
urging
no,
Cheryl.
no change of hands, so still drawing from the clubhouse side.
I think Cheryl would be one of our smallest players in the tournament with probably the largest hat.
Yes,
Of the
she's
players.
well equipped.
Yep.
You should have seen her magic pockets, the one that she wears around her waist. She's certainly well equipped.
So Olivia swapping over just to the open side and looking to draw down there. She's looking for the bowl, but I think she's got the shot bowl.
She's gonna.
Well, that was fortuitous. She got it onto the jack. She's moved it sideways,
But that seems to favour the New Zealander bowls.
and she may have made a couple out of that
Yeah.
with just that movement. She's given Cheryl more room to draw it. She was looking for the closest Singapore bowl, but just didn't pick that. Playing into the wind here,
Yeah.
the bowls do turn a bit more. So here's Cheryl with her
Whether
last
she gets
bowl.
the weight.
looking like she might
Will
be a
it
bit
return?
heavy. It's going to turn now. It gets
Oh,
a shot.
I guess
Well
that's
played.
a shot. That's a shot. That's a good reply.
So that's 1-2 to Singapore. Pretty critical bowl there. So they keep in touch. We've played 3 ends, one on every end, and it's 2-1 now to Singapore. There
So
was
it's a
the bowl
very-
from Olivia, just punching the shot bowl sideways with the jack and turning out that bowl. So I think New Zealand may have held as many as 3 there.
Yeah.
And there's that last bowl from Cheryl. Took a nice bit of green there. Got the finish that she needed. Just sitting on that bowl. So you see Briar indicating 1 down. So
So as you can
Michaela
see, we are going to expect a very tight game. I think both are equally matched.
So Michaela, left-hander. Every good team needs one.
Yep, I myself I'm a left-hander.
Me
so,
too.
So is my son. My son plays the bowls in the under 25 boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in fact, my wife is a left-hander as well. So we are come
There
from a
you go.
family of lefties.
And how's your son been going in the under 25s?
I think that their team just won the first game only this morning. Yeah.
Briar Atkinson just slightly narrow with her first bowl. Probably shot. Cheryl just coming to have a look. She says, I think you should change Michaela. So bring her over onto the backhand side. So maybe it is Singapore holding.
Looks promising.
Yeah, early applause from the skip. So she obviously likes the line and for a good reason. And here it'll come as the weight comes off, just starting to turn now. Yeah, generous
That's
applause
a
from the
shot.
Singapore crowd. Briar. The New Zealand team here sponsored by OCGL, who have paid for the entry fees for the team for this event. Players have fundraised to get themselves there. They are an unofficial New Zealand team, so not New Zealand selectors provided some input, but it's a private team playing under the New Zealand banner. And thank you to Bowls New Zealand for providing the shirts for the players. They've been variously playing in pink and teal. It seems the colour scheme today is teal, but for those New Zealand teams that make the finals tomorrow, I expect we'll see them in pink. Here's Briar's third bowl on this end. Played this pretty well. Just holds for the jack,
good
and that's the
ball.
shot.
Nice.
Yeah, well played.
Nice one.
So again, 1 to New Zealand on the changeover.
So the Singapore team have 3 bowls at the back, so they need to bring the jack to the back.
Yep, plenty to play to there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Plenty to play to for the Singapore team. Plenty for them to play to.
Yep, yep.
No reason to be short.
Yep.
Here we see Cheryl just lining up to play her first bowl on this fourth end. They lead 2-1, first set of 2. Final qualifying round of this women's under 25 pairs at the Lion City Cup. And just going to break underneath the head here. So you could see what she was trying to do. Just looking to sit the bowl, trail the jack. Played with pretty good weight, but just slightly missing the line. There you see just that Tanglin Club banner moving. Of course, a unique location here, isn't it, William?
Yeah,
I think this is the only bowling green in the world on the 4th story of the building.
Right. And you're right in the prime real estate in Singapore.
So surrounded by multi-million-dollar apartments and office buildings.
Yeah.
And here's Olivia Manson now down on this side, just going to be slightly over the head. Just overplaying it a little bit with just the breeze behind her, but that's in a good home because the Singapore team will be looking to try and trail that jack. So Cheryl, I think she's just got caught a little bit wide this time on this side. Again, playing with good weight, but just with that weight, just holding there. The breeze just sort of bounces off the clubhouse and just holds those bowls on that side. Olivia Manser with her second bowl on it, just going to start dying away now. Just as that weight comes off, particularly if the breeze is up, it'll turn those bowls. So still 1 to New Zealand. What can Cheryl do with this last bowl, her last bowl of the 4th end? 1 to come from New Zealand.
Yeah, she will attempt to sit the New Zealand bowls.
So she's played this well, but it's coming now, but it's just going to be slightly overplayed. Again, just a little bit heavy for that shot.
Yep.
And it was, so it's New Zealand holding 1. This will level the game up at 2-all as Olivia Manser plays her last bowl on this end. Again, I think she's a little bit heavy.
I think she will be happy to be 1.
Yep, one is good fishing, but Olivia's a very good singles player and she'd be disappointed not to add another shot there. But 1 it is to New Zealand, so we're 2-all. Tight here in this opening set. We've played 4 ends, 1 apiece every end. So end 5 becomes a little critical. Who can make the break here?
Yeah. So as you can see, it can be very close in the first few ends, and all you need is a big break towards the end to tie the set. The New Zealander lead is taking a shorter end this time round.
So Briar Atkinson on the backhand, and she's pretty close here. Well, it's a good opener from the New Zealand lead. Michaela on her forehand, being a left-hander, as we know.
Yep.
And I don't think she's quite going to reach it. Coming this way, just playing a little bit more into the breeze. Bowls don't have quite the same finish, so what does Briar do with her second bowl here?
Be good to put something at the back in case Jack trails.
On a pretty good line. She'll get that late turn, that late finish as they come off that clubhouse side. That's a good bowl from the Kiwi lead. That's 2 to New Zealand. It's good that we've got a Singapore commentator and a New Zealand commentator. We're balancing it out and we're trying to be nice to each other. So Michaela with her bowl just trying to reach down and get the shot.
It's a good reply, but not quite there, but a good second shot.
Yep. There's still New Zealand holding. This head just out in front of us in our commentary position here at the Tanglin Club. And Briar should be disappointed with this. She's just... again, pretty good line, but just had no weight. So New Zealand's still holding shot.
So Sherry's asking her to play something on the left of the left side of the jack.
So she's
Will
coming
she
down
be able
with
to make
weight.
it or able to sit, able to trail
She's
the jack?
coming down with
What's
weight.
gonna
She's
happen?
going to get the jack.
Oh.
She's going to get it out sideways. But there was Briar Atkinson's bowl. So 1-2 New Zealand on the changeover. Good bowl there from Michaela.
Yeah.
Very good bowl. Unlucky, just didn't quite get the result she was looking for. Yes, you can see there comes her second bowl. She just deflected off the shot bowl, and here's her third bowl. Just gets the edge of the bowl and the jack. Clean jack would have been very good. Clean bowl would have been good. So Olivia Manser with her first bowl. And she's out on a pretty good line here. This is going to be pretty close. Breaking now. And that's going to be another shot. Yep, well played. That's the shot itself. 2 to New Zealand.
All right. Michaela is asking Cheryl to take the same line as Olivia's bowl, Olivia's line.
I think she's missed
A
her
bit
line here.
narrow.
William, yeah, she's just coming underneath. We've seen time and time again on this rink playing in this direction, just that the breeze just turns those bowls at the last minute. You are playing into the wind, but there is a lot of late finish just on that hand. So again, Olivia Manser out on that line. And I think she's pretty close again here, William.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's another good bowl. Very, very good bowl from the New Zealand skip. Shot itself.
Okay. So the Singapore team is in danger of dropping 3 at this end. So let's see how she replies.
So,
Bit of weight.
yep, a little
Hoping
bit of weight,
to
but
trail the
again, I
jack.
think she's on the tight side. Yep, just on the tight side again. So almost finished where her first bowl was. In fact, it did. So no correction there from Cheryl. I think sometimes the players can't quite believe the bowls are turning on that hand.
That's right.
So Olivia Manser again with her down on the side, and she's again played another very good bowl. This is 3 excellent bowls from the New Zealand skipper. Well,
It's almost a caterpillar.
that'll have the crowd cheering at the Burnside Club in Christchurch. I can tell you that.
Yep.
Where Olivia plays now. So 4 to New Zealand here.
Under lots of pressure.
Yep. What can Cheryl do? Well, she's on a better line. She's got it out a little bit more. She's playing with weight.
She able to sit on any of the bowls?
She's going to be close here.
Oh, this is
bowl.
fantastic.
What a great bowl.
From, I believe it looks like a 4 down
Yep.
to 1 up.
So a magnificent bowl from Cheryl.
Great reply.
5-shot turnaround. So she was 4 down. There's the second bowl from Olivia Manser. There's the third. And after 2 narrow bowls, here's Cheryl coming down. Perfect bowl.
Perfect.
Sitting
That
the-
is
sitting the
perfect.
shot bowl.
Yeah, that is.
She gives
That's
herself a little
important.
clap,
Yeah.
and she gets polite applause from both her lead and from Briar Atkinson, the New Zealand lead. You know, nice to see this game played in good spirit.
Yep. Again,
and good bowls acknowledged.
If you look at the score, no one managed to win more than a shot. So
Yep.
it's a very tight, a very close game.
5 ends, 5
5
shots.
ends, 5 shots.
3-2 to Singapore.
So we still can't. We still have not had the break. You know.
No.
Yep. It's going to be as tight towards the 6th and the 7th end.
And a lot at stake in this game. Just looking over at some of the other boards, we've got Malaysia playing Hong Kong next door in the Open Women's event, and Malaysian team having been runner-up in the Open Women's ends competition. That's Noor. That is the world singles champion Noor Farah, and playing with Noor Zamziza, and they're playing Helen Chung from Hong Kong. And that game is currently being led by Malaysia 5-4 after 4 ends. And further along, it's Singapore A playing Hong Kong in the under 25 women's, and it's Hong Kong leading 5-3 after 3 ends in that game. So some great bowls there. Good opener from Briar Atkinson, the New Zealand lead. And she comes down with her second bowl. Just missing her line slightly, but again, speed was pretty good, and it's probably 2 shots. See, I like Cheryl's very deliberate instructions. She's not leaving anything in doubt, telling Michaela exactly where she wants that bowl. And she's come down with a bit of weight. I think she had we call that mud in your eye in New Zealand, William. She always had a bit of mud in her eye, so that bowl, it does stay up, which is good. That means she hasn't lost her bowl. But it's given New Zealand plenty of room.
But definitely that was a good decision to contest the short bowl. You could not leave the short bowl all by itself. It needs a company and it needs to have some competition. To see who is going to get the shot.
So Briar adds another shot here. So here's the first bowl from her, opening bowl of this end. So New Zealand at least holding 2 here, possibly 3, looking at it from our commentary position. But Singapore with the catches, with the catching bowls. So I expect we'll see. Cheryl won't want to be short here. Second last end of this first set. Couldn't be tighter. 3-2 after 5 ends.
Again,
Cheryl just getting herself set. Oh. Well, she's playing down here, but that's very narrow. So that won't trouble the scorers. So at the moment, New Zealand's at early advantage, but as we saw on the last end, when you've got 3 bowls, you've only got to get the shot with one of them, William.
I mean, nothing is certain until all the bowls are delivered, especially to the last bowl. But I guess New Zealand having the last bowl will be the best to decide, who will take that end. So
Olivia Manso, I think, trying to play a position bowl here. Just coming around the back there. Yep, that's definitely playing for position. She knows that Singapore have got the bowls behind. She knows she's holding at least 2, which would put them in front. So just getting that protection bowl in. I don't know if Cheryl will be attacking this. Let's see.
She needs to draw
a line this time.
Is going to wick
What
off?
angle is she going to get on that bowl? Well, she turns it up.
Is that good enough or no? From this angle, doesn't look like it's going to be a second.
Not much communication from the leads to the skips. Olivia Manson now drawing. Better line this time on this hand. We know those bowls will turn at the last minute. And here it comes, and that's a very good bowl from Olivia Mansa. That's definitely second shot. So last bowl here from Cheryl. She's played a couple of screamers with her last bowl so far in this game. Let's see what she does this time. She's running. We're going to play with weight. I don't know if is it going to turn. Here it comes.
It's turning. Here it comes.
Here it comes again. Oh, she gets the jack, but it locks on the New Zealand bowl. So 1-2 New Zealand. And Olivia Manson with her last bowl on this 6th end. So Olivia on a good line here. Just coming down. What's she going to do? She's going to try. Oh, she gets the jack, but actually just deflects it away. So that's 1-2 New Zealand. And we continue the pattern of this game. It's been 1 every end. We've played 6 ends. We're 3 all. I'm going to guess someone's going to win this. We're not going to get a drawn end. But who's to say with the way these players are playing? They've played some very, very good bowls. Some very nice
definitely
bowls.
We will definitely be expecting lots of jack movements, as you can see from the last few ends.
Absolutely. Both skips not afraid to just play with a little bit of weight. And they've got some very good results accordingly. All right, so it's a short end again that New Zealand have put up. They're obviously preferring this shorter length. Olivia Mance, a pretty good pretty good driver. She's played some good aggressive shots over this week that we've been here. So I expect that means that, you know, they're well covered if they need to. And here's a good start from Briar Atkinson. Well, that's exactly what you want as a skip on the last end. The scores are all tied up and you get a very good close bowl. So Michaela with her first bowl. She's on a good line as well on this side. Just breaking now. Just going to be a little bit quick, I think.
No, it's going to be at the back.
Slips past, so early advantage New Zealand. Briar Atkinson again. I don't know if she's going to quite reach it this time, is she? Just going to pull up short, but that's pretty good. That's 2.
Yep, this is pretty good. She needs to correct her weight.
Michaela with her second bowl. Again, I think she's out on a good line, but I think it's starting to break now, but just going to be again on the high side. So you heard Olivia Manser just saying to Briar, even if you finish over, that's a good bowl. And so she's done exactly what I think her skip
want to put something at the back
has wanted her to do. And that's 3 very, very good bowls from the New Zealand lead to open this this critical 7th and last end of set 1. What can Michaela do with her third bowl? Good line again. I like it better than the first couple. Weight just coming off now, and she's going to find that hole. So let's see what happens here. If you're the New Zealand skip, William, what do? Do you draw another shot here, or do you cover the back?
No, it looks like I have at least a shot or 2 in the back, so definitely I would like to cover. I will, or perhaps knowing that Cheryl would definitely be a bit aggressive, so it's good to cover at the back first, and then decide if to respond to whatever Cheryl throws at the New Zealand at the team.
Breeze just got up a bit there, so Olivia Manser just taking a step off the mat, just making sure that she's ready to play, and she's coming down on the forehand side, and I think looking for a cover bowl. Oh, she's narrow here. Well, it's not what she played for. She was narrow, trying to draw a back bowl.
Don't you think you have a sense of deja vu? This is like the 3rd time you see the jack move.
It is.
Towards the direction of the clubhouse. And Cheryl seems to be good at giving the good reply to that.
Well, she's close. Just going to drop.
Would it be enough for the second?
Short. So Olivia Manser's going to play the backhand. She played 2 very good bowls down here. I know she's going to the back. So just so you heard, so I missed Briar's comment, but she said whichever hand you can get to the back, and that's the back bowl. So
yeah, because Olivia knows that she has that shot, so she needs to cover the back. So let's see how Cheryl.
Players are just in front of us here. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 to New Zealand. What do you think, William?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. You know, he probably had 1 with another second to measure.
So here's Cheryl running down here.
It's a bit quick. Oh,
whoa!
It's a good wick, but not a good outcome for the Singaporean team.
No, New Zealand now holding 3, maybe 4 here. And Briar Atkinson saying to Olivia Manser, you just need to play the forehand side and come down and try and cover those brown bowls of Singapore. Played this pretty well, actually. Yeah, that's a very good bowl. That's a very, very good bowl.
This is a very good skip position in case the jack trails.
So we've thought before that Cheryl has been lost in this situation, but we've been here before. Yep. And we know that she's well and truly capable of playing the big bowl under pressure. 3-all. First set, women's under 25 pairs at the Lion City Cup. Last bowl for Singapore. What can Cheryl do with her bowl? It's on its way. It's breaking now.
It's breaking.
It's breaking now. It's breaking now.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. Well, you wouldn't fathom it, William.
Yep.
So now they look to measure. Just having a look. So it's at least 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 5. Yep, 5 it is. So New Zealand win that first set in dramatic fashion. 3-all. Cheryl had played some wonderful bowls to keep the Singapore team in it.
So
And,
do you think that the end has been decided with this massive shots from the New Zealand?
Yeah, there we see the jack move. So it was Olivia Manser first who moved it out to the side, and then Cheryl with her second bowl just kissing off her outside bowl. But instead of, if she'd got the jack full, it was great news for Singapore because they had the catches.
Yeah.
But she got the slice of hell on the jack sideways, and
it favors
and it favoured the New Zealand players.
That's right. I mean, it is definitely a good delivery. It's just that the outcome wasn't what she wanted.
Indeed. So Briar Atkinson begins the second set. First 10, and that's a very good opener from the New Zealand lead. Played pretty steady in this first set.
Yep.
She's been out leading Michaela with Cheryl often having to try and get the shot. But it's a new game now in the second set.
Yep.
I see Jason, our crack Hong Kong skipper's here. Have you qualified? You qualified? Yep. So 3 wins and 1 draw for Jason and Lyndon. So they'll be through to the quarterfinals tomorrow, we think, in the men's open pairs here at the Lion City Cup. They were runner-up in a fantastic game of bowls actually against the Elma Abateo and James Raz from the Philippines in the ends event on Wednesday, and they'll be looking to go one better in this sets format. So he's got an afternoon off and come like all good teammates to watch his Hong Kong teammates in the women's under 25 event and in the open women's event here at Tanglin Club. Meanwhile, back at this game, it's 3 shots to New Zealand. Michaela a little unlucky with that last bowl, just got the wrong edge of the New Zealand shot bowl, and just finished behind. And so here we go now with her last bowl. It's a good line. Is it going to hold? Is it going to hold for the jack? No. No. In New Zealand, we call that a rake. So close to the jack, but unfortunately, it's not. Doesn't get a result for Singapore, and it's New Zealand holding 3.
It is possible that the massive loss of shots in the previous sets might have thrown off some of the younger players, especially Michaela.
Yep.
So she needs to work on her nerves, in order to come back, and do her best.
You make a good point, William. Often it is discouraging when that happens. Here's Olivia Manser with her first bowl of the second set, and she's just sliding round the back, just covering those bowls of Singapore in the way that Cheryl's been playing. That's a pretty smart bowl because Cheryl's played some very good resting bowls up on playing up to the bowls, and here again we see her raiding down on this backhand side,
So
and she's
Sharon
a bit
needs to
close here.
sit on this to get a second pass.
Sliding
no,
past.
just like pass.
Perhaps just overplaying those shots a little bit. You don't need to be sort of 2 meters, 3 meters through. You can still play those shots with just a bit more controlled weight, but the wind is behind them in this direction,
That's right.
and it might be that it's just a little bit of a miscalculation. Olivia Manser back on the draw now, just trying to add another shot for New Zealand. She's played this pretty well. It's a good home there, just finishing behind. You don't want to be in front, not with the way Cheryl plays. The jack's fair game at any stage. So that's...
So with the line of balls screening the jack, it looks like the jack could and New Zealand balls could catch the jack.
So Cheryl playing here again, looking for the jack, looking for the result. But again, a little overplayed, William, I'm going to say. I don't mean to be critical, but I mean, she's 4 down there now. But, you know, Cheryl's played some great last bowls to keep the Singapore team in it.
Tremendous pressure is piling on Cheryl, you know, as she tries to at least secure a good second, if not the shot.
Yep, so that's another shot, I think, to New Zealand. So Michaela coming up to have a bit of a look. Just saying to her, just try and draw the shot now. We can't afford to drop a number here. There are only 7 end sets, and you really got to start positively. So here we go. Here's Cheryl. Michaela sort of waving it as if it's too wide, and again she's just played it a bit heavy. And I'm not sure this is going to be good news for the for the Singapore team. So having a look.
It looks like
it's at least 4.
Yeah, could be all 5, you know.
Oh no, 3. So maybe the
angle is a bit deceiving.
Yeah, the front brown bowl was obviously a bit closer than we could see from where we were. So 3 it is to New Zealand. That's still a handy start for them, and they're on the board in the second set.
So again, in games like this, where when you're down, you know, with like 3 shots, with it kind of throws you off a bit. So it's a mental strength to regain your how you used to play. You know, you got to channel back how it was like for you to play when you're doing your practices. You know, they need to be composed, need to be calm. You know, never say die.
That's right.
So require a lot of mental resilience.
New Zealand again opting for the shorter ends here. And here's a good opening bowl from Briar Atkinson, just finishing half a metre in front of the jack. Michaela now following her down on this side. Just looking a little bit heavy. Yep, you can see Cheryl just saying, hold him back, hold him back. I'll just see if I can get Cheryl to move so we can see the head.
She likes it? No.
Cheryl, can you just move, please, so we can see the head? Thank you. So here we go with Briar Atkinson's 3rd bowl. That's good.
Doesn't seem to be turning, but that is enough. Would that be enough?
One to New Zealand. So 1 to New Zealand, and 2 of the second set, and Michaela just dropping short with that last bowl. So good bowl with her second bowl. She got second shot, and that gives Cheryl a chance. But we're sort of seeing a pattern, I think, in this game now, where Briar Atkinson is typically getting a good close shot with most, on most ends.
That's right.
Playing the shorter lengths, and then it's Cheryl trying to regain the shot, and she's played very well. Don't make any mistake about that. So Olivia Manson now with her first bowl, coming down on this backhand side for the right-hander, and turning now. That finishes just in behind. So New Zealand holding 1. Cheryl.
So Michaela is asking for her to sit on the New Zealand short bow.
It's close. It's very close.
Very
She
close.
goes between the jack and the bowl. You wouldn't believe that, will you?
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe you could get through that gap on this angle. The bowls are right in front of us, and I thought for all money we'd see the jack pop out there. Olivia Manser changing her hand. Player from Burnside in Christchurch, born and bred in the Wairarapa, and I know her coach Ian Monaghan will be watching this game closely in Masterton. Hello to you, Monty, and your pupil is going very, very well here. She's playing some good bowls here, and Briar teaming up very, very well, as will Morris Symes, Briar's coach, former New Zealand representative. So Briar saying we've got the shot. I think you can get around those front bowls. Just the players just troubled a little bit by the blustery conditions here. And she is around it. Yep, she's played this very, very
It's a
well.
good line. Something
Yep.
in the back.
That's going to be
Is
pretty
that
close
good
to
enough
second.
for the second.
It's close. 2 down, yeah. Michaela says we're 2 down. So I think Cheryl will still be reaching up that backhand side. She's only got to turn that bowl of Michaela's over. See what she does. She's out on a pretty good line again. Don't know if she's going to be quite reaching it, William.
Not enough legs.
Well, so 2 it is.
Just
Two
to
to New Zealand.
Yep.
So they can carry on the scoring in the second set. That gets them out to 5-0 now after 2 ends of the 7. There we see Olivia Manser's third bowl, which came in for second shot.
So as we can see in the second set, you can tell that the Singapore team is struggling to get a few effective bowls on the head. Yeah, and with a 5 shots deficit, it's pretty going to be an uphill task in order to match, if not to overturn this deficit.
So in other games, in the under-25s, we've got Hong Kong, who won the first set against Singapore A and lead 8-6 playing the last end in that game. Here's Olivia Manser with her first bowl, just coming past, about 1.5 meters over with her first bowl. Olivia just sorting the board out for us there. Michaela perhaps just forgetting to do the board. And here's her first bowl on this third end, and just wide and short. Might be shot.
Yeah, it's a good weight, just a line.
Briar Atkinson with her second bowl. She just has such a lovely fluid delivery. And again, just overplayed it. That's probably the shot from where we're sitting, but plenty of room for both players down there. As you can see, the breeze just getting up. Look at the trees in the background there, and you can see the Tanglin Club banner there, and that's tending to just keep these bowls a little bit straight on this right hand side, as you can see. Briar Atkinson, her third bowl on this end. Play this one better. Yep, she'll be happy with that. Again, probably not as close as she's been in other ends, but that's one to New Zealand. As Michaela
asking
play.
Michaela to play with bit of better line.
Again, it's a better line this time. She's got better weight. She's going to get her own bowl, and that's a good bowl. So 1 to Singapore.
Is that the shot?
That is the shot. So Cheryl scratching her very large hat.
Yeah. She's just considering whether she needs to put a few at the back, or is she going to be happy with that shot, knowing that the skip is going to contest for the short ball.
There we see that nice last bowl from Michaela. Players just going back and getting their water bottles. It's pretty hot and humid here at the Tanglin Bowling Club as Olivia Manser plays her first bowl. N3, second set, and the New Zealand skip just a little bit heavy, I think, with this first bowl. Nice line, but just finishing around behind. Breeze behind the players here. Cheryl coming out to play that side too.
It's a bit of a wider line.
I think she's also just overplayed it. Just, that breeze ticking it on behind them. Good cover bowl because New Zealand have the 3 bowls behind the head, but I don't think they'll be attacking. They'll just be drawing here. Plenty of room. Here's Olivia Manser. Looks to be on a pretty good line. Again, I think she's just overplayed it. Just that breeze behind the players here and just struggling to hold them back.
So Sharon needs to be careful not to bring the jack to the back. She needs to consolidate that shot. She needs to put at least something at the mat width near the jack.
Yeah, well, it looks a bit aligned. Looks a bit aligned. She got the weight. She has. So that's 2 to Singapore. Olivia Manser, last bowl. Singapore holding 2. Better bowl this time, I think, from the Kiwi. Or is she still over again? No, just finishing over, I think. Might be second shot.
No,
still 2 to Singapore. So this would be the loosest. This would be the loosest end we've seen the Kiwis play for a while, and they've just let the Singapore team back into the game a little bit here.
Michaela calling the ball to move forward. What did she get the third?
I don't think she's there. I think I'm going to have a look here. 2 it is. So, well, Singapore are on the board. That's 2 to them on the third end. And New Zealand leads 5-2 after 3 of the 7 ends here.
So Singapore definitely needs to reduce the deficit. This is a good effort at this end to reduce, to bring from a deficit of 5 to 3. So it's a few more ends to go. So let's see how this end will turn out.
Really the first time in a few ends that we haven't seen Briar Atkinson with one really close to the jack. And so a lot more room there for Cheryl to draw, and she took advantage of it with a good shot. So 5-2, 4 ends to go in this final qualifying game of the women's under 25 pairs. It's a pretty good opener from Michaela.
Yeah.
It's one of her better opening bowls coming in this direction. Let's see what Briar Atkinson has to offer. She's short. Well short.
So we're not too sure, is it because of the wind or because of the changing weather?
Probably a slightly
off.
Slightly longer end.
Yeah.
Mat back, so it's probably a couple of meters longer than they've been playing, and so Michaela here, she's going to get past.
In danger of promoting.
Nope. She gets Briar's bowl up. So
looks like that's the shot.
Opens that hand again for Briar, and she's down on that side. She looks like she's got a pretty good line here. Don't know if she's going to reach again. No, she's short again. Same as pretty much her last bowl, just came a little further.
So of course, what we see on the screen is a bit deceiving. It seems that Michaela's bowl is actually the shot.
Yep, Michaela's bowl there on the left-hand side is the shot.
She's a bit heavy.
And she's just going to come underneath. That might be another shot there. It is.
This is a good. This is a good.
Briar Atkinson changing her hand. Obviously decided she doesn't want to get wrecked on those short bowls. And she's playing down on the forehand side. And this one, is it going to get in there? Yeah, that's a great correction from the New
This is a
Zealand
good
lead.
reply. This is.
Yep. Well played. Decided that she didn't want to get timbered on her own short bowls, so nice change of hand there, and it's 1 to New Zealand. There we see it, that last bowl from Briar Atkinson. Nice correction, just punching into the wind in this direction, and easy to be short when you're playing up into the wind. So a nice bowl from her, and let's see what Cheryl has in store for us.
So I believe Cheryl is electing to take her forehand.
Yep, she will. She's got everything to play to here. I think that's well narrow and well short. First time I think she's played that hand coming this direction. Maybe in the whole game. She's tended to play that bank side, and I think this open hand will be a little bit quicker. You don't have the shelter of the clubhouse. And Olivia Manser with her first bowl, and she's pretty close to here with her bowl. Breaking in now, touch on Briar Atkinson's bowl. That's 2 now to New Zealand.
Yeah, this is definitely a great effort by the New Zealander to put 2 shots up.
So
See how
Cheryl with
replies.
her second
Your
bowl.
weight.
Again, I think she's tight. Yep. No, she. Yep, Michaela giving all the encouragement in the world. It's okay. You got another bowl, and we know Cheryl can make those last ones count. Olivia Manser with her third bowl. Breaking now. Well, Cheryl now very quickly into work, onto the mat. She knows what she wants to do. She's out there. It's a bit of green. It's a bit of green. Oh, I think she's just going to get the New Zealand bowl. Well, that's unlucky. So New Zealand at least holding 2. And Olivia Manser with her last bowl is coming down, looking to try and draw another shot. Just getting wrecked on that front bowl. So I think that's 2 to New Zealand. Yep, 2 it is. So a quick reply from the Kiwis puts them out to 7 to 2.
So the New Zealander is happy to regain back the 2, extending their lead.
There we see Olivia Manser's first bowl, drawing the shot itself. And Cheryl just unlucky, just getting caught up on that bowl of Olivia Manser's with her last bowl. And it ended up in a good place, didn't it, William?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're holding shots, just that bowl slightly short in the draw can prove pretty effective. So New Zealand again going short. Let's see what they can do here.
You need to be mindful that in this direction, you have the wind behind them. So you need to calculate how much weight you need to put in.
Yeah, again, just a little bit overplayed there. They lead 7-2. New Zealand won the first set 8-3 with a dramatic 5 on the last end. And Michaela, she's close here. Yep, that's a good opening bowl from the Singapore lead. Briar Atkinson with her second bowl. Just going to slip away, I think. Just won't have the green nor the weight. So she'll be disappointed with those two bowls. Pretty loose by her standards. So here's Cheryl, here's Michaela now. Reaching down, trying to get the shot.
Yeah, she
And
needs to
she
secure
draws the
these
shot.
2 shots before likely to kind of cover the back.
So Briar Atkinson now with her third bowl. Coming well, but she's just going to slip past, so still 2 to Singapore. And Michaela with her last bowl. She's going to get the New Zealand bowl
No,
here.
we must be careful not to promote.
Wow. I think it's still 2 to Singapore, but yeah, it
Might be a third for New
yeah, it
Zealand.
gives New Zealand a good third shot. They've got both bowls behind. I imagine Olivia Mance will just be drawing down to those bowls. Leading 7-2. Couple down on the head, we think, from our commentary position. Right. Olivia with her first bowl. Here she comes. Oh, she actually looks like she's playing with a reaching weight. Oh, that's well
This
played.
is a good shot.
Yep.
Removing Singapore's bowl.
So back to 1 for Singapore.
Yep.
Attacking play from the New Zealand skip. Grace with her bowl. She's coming around the back here. I don't know if that was her deliberate shot, but so Briar saying come down on the backhand side, turn my bowl over or slip past for a shot. Olivia Manser reaching down there. Just going to be a bit, is she going to get the shot bowl? Wow, well.
Looks like
Good
the shot
effort.
bowl seems to be the target.
It does. So 1 it is to Singapore. Michaela and Cheryl. Coming now. Just a little heavy again. Covers those New Zealand bowls. And Olivia Manser just going to have a look at it. Oh, just having a look now. Taking her time. Bowls Canterbury Player of the Year. Oh, she's looking for the shot bowl. And she's got it. What a great
Oh.
shot. What a great bowl from Olivia Manser. Just as quick as that.
Yep. Yep. Basically, that shot bowl got sniped. You know, what a great effort.
So,
So now Cheryl has to restore the lead. Can she make it?
oh, I'm not sure she's going to be here.
I think Michaela is worried about the weight.
No.
Nah, it doesn't have enough legs to.
And that's a shame because she could really have afforded to be up to that. They had catches, so drawing up to the jack, or you don't have to put yourself on the pressure on trying to draw the absolute shot. But
yeah.
that excellent drive from Olivia Manser has now pushed New Zealand out to an 8-2 lead after 5 of the 7 ends. We'll see that great bowl from Michaela with her second bowl. We saw Olivia Manser reaching down with her first and turning that bowl out. And just slipping by on the with her second bowl. And with her last bowl, she called the shot. She said to Briar Atkinson, I'm going to change, what about I change my hand and I take that out? And she played it perfectly. Very, very good bowl from the
Fantastic
New Zealand
accuracy.
skip.
Essentially, the two shot bowls got sniped.
Yep. Yep, you heard the call. Good start, bro. That's the Briar Atkinson nickname on this trip. And right on cue, she draws a very good shot here on the second last end of the women's under 25 pairs. Michaela just slipping past. Good effort. Handy bowl there. Briar with her second bowl. And this is on a very good line here. This is on a very good line from the New Zealand lead. Yep. Yeah, two good bowls from the bro. And New Zealand holding 2. They lead by 6. Michaela with her second bowl. She's on a good line here. It's just going to see how she runs through these New Zealand bowls. She gets a little slide, but I think it's still New Zealand. Yes, Olivia Manser confirms that. Still got it, she says to Briar Atkinson. And Briar again coming down on this backhand side. She's close again here. She's just going to slip past. Yeah, that's a good bowl from 3 good bowls from the New Zealand lead.
It is.
You can see, William, why she's such a good singles player, because she really is just very, very consistent on that draw. Nice, easy, relaxed action. And now it's Michaela who's going to try and get the shot. But unfortunately, she's just missed her line there. Just finishing underneath and actually about a metre short, half a metre short of Jack Level.
Yeah, perhaps Michaela was just simply overawed by the impressive performance of the opponent's opponent's lead. Having done several good shots over there.
Yep, I agree. So there's Briar Atkinson's third bowl, just sliding past the jack, finishing in a good catching position. And Olivia Manser will play her first bowl on this second to last end. She'll be looking to just try and get past, I imagine, just matching that Singapore bowl. She does get past, but she also draws another shot. I think it just fell out, so maybe not. New Zealand will be holding 2 at least. What can Cheryl do, William, here? She's played some
she needs to go
bowls.
heavy. She has a bow at the back.
So she's definitely playing down on that side, looking for a contact. As we just see the bowl break now, she's going to just fall short. So you heard what Briar Atkinson said there. Good bowl, Liv. Just beat your one, and that'll count. Olivia Mance has played this side of the rink very well in this direction. Played some very, very good bowls. Not quite sure she's going to reach this time. Just going to drop in short there. Might be handy. Sort of as in, means it harder to get through there for Cheryl, but let's see. She's played some great bowls in this game. She's playing down here with a little bit of weight. She's looking for a result. She going to get the New Zealand bowl? She does, but just turns it up, so that's a little unlucky.
It looks like 2 to New Zealand.
So New Zealand got 2. So Briar swaps Olivia over. So just saying to her, just get to my foot. 2's good fishing for New Zealand. That would wrap up this second set for them if they can hold these shots. And what's Briar done? What's Olivia done? She's just dropped in the pack. So
still looks like 2 to New Zealand.
So
yep.
So Michaela's saying, do you want to have a go? Right, here we go. So she's on a good line. Is it going to turn?
Is it
Here
turning?
it comes. It's coming now. It's coming
Bit
now.
of wick promote.
Oh, well, just unlucky there. I think just the one now to New Zealand.
It's good effort to cut
Yep.
2 down to 1 down.
So that's the second set all wrapped up. 9-2 now to New Zealand. They will play the last end because points may be important in this event. But great attempt by Cheryl there. I mean, she really was unlucky. If she'd just got that bowl a little straighter, and even if she could have come off it to get the shot. So Briar Atkinson will lay the mat. This is the last end of the second set. Academic interest only, because New Zealand pair of Briar Atkinson and Olivia Manser will win this game in straight sets, and that'll get them close to qualifying. They didn't have the greatest day yesterday, but that'll get them pretty close to qualifying in this for the semi-finals tomorrow in the under 25 event at this Lion City Cup. I know both the New Zealand players have appreciated the support they've had from home, both support online, but also with fundraising. The New Zealand team sponsored by OCGL, who have paid their entry fees for this event and covered their costs on the ground here. Both players did fundraising to get themselves here, as did the other members of the New Zealand team, and they have a chance to win some prize money tomorrow to go with the prize if they make that final.
Yeah.
So well done to them in this game.
So with this set, in the bag, New Zealander looks like is poised to clinch the winning point. So let's see how the Singaporean team will reply. Will we play a more aggressive play, given that there's really nothing to play for other than pride, other than to have a few good practice, into their draws.
Yeah, that's a good ball.
This is fantastic
from Michaela. Well played. In the other games, I can tell you that Malaysia, having lost the first set to Hong Kong in the Open Women's event, that is Noor Zamziza playing against Noor Zamziza is playing against Helen Chung. Noor Zamziza and Noor Farah, the world indoor singles champion, playing the Hong Kong pair of Helen Chung and Emmy Look in the Open event. Malaysia won the first set, and they are 4-0 up in the second set after two ends. Over in the under 25 game, Hong Kong won the first set against Singapore A, and it's Singapore A leading 2-0 in the second set. I think we may have misled you that they were further along in the second set, but I think that board was incorrect. And while I've been giving you the results, we've seen Briar Atkinson draw a very, very good bowl with her last bowl to get the shot. Olivia Manser with her first bowl of this last end. Just be looking to get past, I think, New Zealand holding one. Singapore with some good position there, William.
So again, as I mentioned, with nothing much other than pride, so everyone wants to play their best bowl, focusing on their delivery, hoping to get a good second, if not the shot.
I see Cheryl's got her head off.
Oh, his head's off already?
Yeah, head's off, so we're just on the bandana this time.
So like she means business,
She does mean business. Olivia Manser with her second bowl here. Been a nice commanding performance really from the New Zealand team. Just a little bit too steady for their Hong Kong opponents.
Certainly.
Briar Atkinson's led very well, and Olivia Manser chiming in with some both good draw shots and a couple of really good runners. The New Zealand team just combining well. Obviously a lot of experience, both development players, both played for New Zealand in the Oceania Challenge last year in Auckland. Briar played in the singles for New Zealand and that, and Olivia was in the played in the team events. I think she was in the middle of the triples and three and the fours. And so they've had a bit of experience already at international level playing against the top Pacific Island nations. And here's a great bowl here from Olivia Manser. That's a nice way to finish the second set for her. Just drawing a good third shot in there. And it'll be
So
Cheryl to round
Yeah.
out the game for us.
Yeah, so certainly it's definitely an honor for our the young Singaporean players to be able to play with quality players from abroad, so that they could learn as well as to pick up valuable experience. How to make sure that they get they will be composed. And I guess this is the end of the end.
So it'll be 1 to New Zealand to finish the game off. That will take them to 10 shots to 2. So we've seen a pretty commanding performance. First set, nothing in it. 3-3 after 6 ends. Both teams playing well, but Cheryl particularly playing some great last bowls to keep them in it. But it was that 5 on the last end that blew the score out to 8-3 to New Zealand. Second set again, New Zealand started very well. A 3 on the first end, a 2 on the second end, got them to 5-0. Singapore scored on the third end, probably the loosest end we saw the New Zealanders play in the game, and they scored 2 shots. But after that, New Zealand back in charge. A 2 and 3 singles rounded out the game with a 10-2 win to Olivia Manser and Briar Atkinson. Hopefully that'll be enough to get them through to the playoffs tomorrow. And they'll be, if they play like this, and they'll be playing here at Tanglin, they'll be pretty hard to beat at Tanglin Green. Let's just give you some other scores while we're here. I can tell you that in the game next door, it's an open women's section play game, and that game has Malaysia, who are runner-up in the pairs open pairs ends tournament in quite dramatic fashion, losing on the last bowl to Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo from the Philippines, in difficult circumstances. Malaysia just moving the jack at a critical stage, and the Philippines securing that victory. And so Malaysia are leading they've won the first set and they're leading 4-1 after 3 ends in this second set. I can tell you over at Kelang, we'll just bring you those results in a second. I'm just checking my messages. So we will just go and have a look at those results in a second. On the adjacent rink, on rink 3, Singapore A playing Hong Kong in the women's under 25 event, and it's Hong Kong who won the first set in that game, but after 3 ends it's Singapore A 3-1 in front. As the players cross over, I think it's actually Hong Kong holding shots there as they cross over. William, how are we looking for the weather in the next few days? It's obviously been pretty humid. Any prospect of rain as we get down to the final stages in this tournament?
So I guess the weather nowadays, this is definitely a good weather, not too sunny, a bit of cloud, but we are not too sure it may rain, or the weather nowadays tends to be a bit fickle. But definitely this is the hot season for all of us right now. So we do expect it to be really hot, but then again, weather being unpredictable, it might go either way.
Okay, well we're going to just check out the scores at Kelang. We've got the men playing over there, the open men, and I'll just bring you some live scores from that game. I can tell you that now let me just make sure we've got the right scores here. Hang on, hold. Got a lot of results pouring in here online, so I'm just going to make sure we've got the right scores for you. So the 12 o'clock games over at Kelang, we've got the Lawn Bowls disability team of Mohammed Kurmun, Shun Muganathan and Gordon Singh. They won their first set 8-2 against Junji Goda and Hirokazu Mori of Japan. We've got Sheldon Bagri-Howley and Keanu Darby, the New Zealanders. They're playing Singapore B. Mas Effendi and Vincent Lim, and Sheldon Bagri-Howley and Keanu Darby won that first set 16 shots to 2. So they won their first set. In the next game, it was China B. That's Liu Zibin and Meng Zhao Shan. They were playing Najib Mashuni and Shega Karupaya from LBC, and the Chinese team are leading that game 5-2. So really tight games there. And the Open Women games there, we've got hang on, let me just get to my results here. Sorry. And the Open Women, we've got those games are played at Kelang at 2 o'clock. So that round will start there, and then I'll just come down to the Open to the under 25 men. And those games are being played here at Tanglin, and we've got those games will start at 2 o'clock, and the other Open Women's games being played here at Tanglin today. In this round, we've got. I've told you about the game between Malaysia and Hong Kong. It's Malaysia leading 8-1 this first set, 8-5, leading 4-1 in the second set. LCLBC, that's Nellen Chua and Regina Tan. They won the first set against Singapore A. Lost the first set against Singapore A. Serena Cheong and Mei Lee by 9 shots to 7, and they trail 5-4 after 5 ends. And the SEC team, the Singapore Cricket Club team of Mary Lim and Philomena Go, they won their first set convincingly, 15-0 over Yoko Goda and Kazuko Saijo of Japan, and they've got a pretty handy advantage, 7-3 in the second set, having played 5 ends. So look for all of those results on the Bowls Singapore website. Plenty of great bowls for us to see here, and we'll have one further game for you this afternoon here from Tanglin. So, William, your final closing thoughts on what we've seen in the game today, and also what you've seen over the last 5 days here in Singapore.
I think we definitely have the privilege to witness one of the more exciting types of bowls, given that the high standards and the high quality of the players that come to grace our green. This is definitely I must say that it is definitely an honor to have so many international players coming to Singapore to play. To make friends, and this is going to be something that everyone in Singapore will look forward to, and I guess this would be kind of like a boost for the local bowls community, to level up, to use this competition as a way to test the skills, and more importantly, to look out for opportunity to make friends, as well as to say, could we have more of these international games either in Singapore or elsewhere. So thank you so much to the World Bowls for selecting this edition of the Lion City Cup as one of the part of the World Bowl series. I'm sure everyone is excited to see all these great plays on the live stream, and I'm sure that we do look forward to the final rounds on the sets format tomorrow.
Thank you very much, William. Thank you for your expert comments and insights in this last game. Hopefully we'll get a chance to commentate another game together. We'll just stay online at the moment, and we're going to just keep following these under-25 games as they come down to the finish. I can tell you in the game between the crunch game between Singapore A and Hong Kong, it's now 3-3 after 4 ends in that game. Hong Kong won the first set, so 3-3 in that game with Hong Kong A with Hong Kong and Singapore A, and in the Open Women's event, which has just been played next door. It's the runners-up in the main in the ends tournament on Wednesday. Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza. Noor Farah, the world indoor champion, leading for Noor Zamziza. They won the first set against Helen Chung and Emmy Look from Hong Kong, and they are leading 4-1 after 3 ends in this second set. Great to see the youngster Emmy Look from Singapore. She's played so well this week at this event. Just so impressive to see the fantastic young squad of players from Hong Kong playing here. Their youth development program going very, very well. We saw Quentin Ip and Nixon Mann win the ends tournament in the under 25 men, and you would have seen them earlier today on our coverage, and again playing very well and looking like one of the favoured combinations going into the under 25 playoffs tomorrow, and their open men's team. Jason and Lyndon, who are runner-up in the ends event, and it looks like we'll see them tomorrow in the sets as well. So 4 outstanding young Hong Kong male players, 2 of them playing under 25s, 2 of them playing open, and doing Hong Kong China proud here at the Lion City Cup. Back in the women's game, we've just got a couple of bowls to go in that game between Singapore and Hong Kong. It's looking like that Singapore are holding a couple of shots here. Hong Kong won the first set, and it's 3-3 in the second set. They're playing the 5th end, so it's looking like the last bowl to be played by the Singapore skip, Kelvina Lee, and she's just playing down towards the head now. You'll just see her bowl approaching down there and being waved in by the lead. It looks like she's drawn another shot. So we'll just have a look at that board as the score goes up. 2 it is to Singapore. So we've played 5 ends in that crunch under 25 game, and it's Singapore. No, we played 4 ends, in fact, in that game. So it's Singapore leading 5-3. And in the open women's game, we're just watching the last couple of bowls here. Just in front of us, you see Noor Zamziza urging her bowl on. The Malaysian skip, Noor Farah is the lead. Here's Helen Chung with her last bowl on this 4th end of the open women's game. She just gets a connection on the outside bowl and turns it around. You see Noor Farah just putting her foot down there. Looking down there, it looks to me like it may be Malaysia holding. but it's a pretty tight head. So let's just have a look and see what the outcome of that is. There's Noor Zimziza's last bowl, playing on the forehand side. And unfortunately just not going to reach the head there, but it's 2 to Malaysia. So it looked like those were bowls of Noor Farah's there. So that pushes Malaysia out to a 6-1 lead now against Helen Chung and Emmy Look. And that game looking like it's going to be pretty hard for Helen and Emmy to come back from. Remembering that they were the top qualifiers, Helen and Emmy Look, from Helen Chung and Emmy Look from Hong Kong. They were the top qualifiers in the ends tournament earlier in the week, but unfortunately they were beaten in that game by Noor Zamziza and Noor Farah in the opening round of post-section play, and Noor Zamziza and Noor Farah got through to the final, losing to the Philippines' Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo from the Crusaders Club on the last end. I'll go back to the scores at Kalang, because I know there'll be interest from viewers in how the New Zealand men are going there. I'll just see if we can update those scores and see if we've got an updated score for you there. We have not. It was
Players, 4 minutes to the end of the game. 4 minutes.
So 4 minutes here now until the end of the game. So let me just see if we've got an updated score for you from Kalang. No, we haven't. So it was the first set, Sheldon Baggery Howley and Keanu Darby. Winning that, Sheldon Baggery Howley, sponsored to this tournament by the Gore RSA, and I know there'll probably be some people at the RSA down in the country music capital of New Zealand, Gore in Southland, who'll be watching with keen interest. I can tell you that Sheldon and Keanu are in pretty fine form, and they look like they'll qualify for post-section tomorrow. So thank you to Gore RSA for their support of Sheldon, along with the OCGL and Bowls New Zealand for providing the shirts for the players. And the last New Zealand team that will be in action this afternoon is Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker in the open women's pairs. They'll be playing at Kalang. They had a good win this morning in straight sets, so they're looking like they're in good shape. So we'll just let you watch a little bit of this game, and I'll be back to you in a second. So if you're still watching this coverage, it was who won that game in the okay, so I can tell you in the under 25s in the grudge game, Asian rivals, Hong Kong, Singapore. And it was Hong Kong who have won that game. They won the first set, and in the second set they scored 2 on the last end to tie it, so they get 1.5 for that. So that's a very good performance by the Hong Kong team in that game, a very, very good game. And in the Open Women, Helen Chung and Emi Luk are playing Malaysia, Noor Zamziza and Noor Farah. Malaysia won the first set. It's 6-2 to Malaysia, playing the sixth, and this will be the last end because we've run out of time. So I'm surrounded by young Hong Kong players, and they're shaking their head. It's looking like it's going to be pretty difficult for Helen to get the shot, but we saw yesterday her play some amazing bowls. So just stick with me and you'll see her on the mat. That's Helen in the red uniform, and she's about to play down on the backhand side, looking to see if she can turn the Malaysian bowl out. And so she's on the run. It's pretty well played. I don't think it's going to turn. It's just going to slip past. So that's a win to Malaysia, to Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza. They win that game in straight sets, carrying on their fine form. And we'll look out for the results tonight. Tomorrow will be, we still have games to be played. Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker from New Zealand playing the last of the New Zealand games this round.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your places for the next round.
And
2 o'clock round.
And you can hear that we're just about to start the 2 o'clock round here. We'll be back with commentary at 4 o'clock for our final round of games. Thank you for joining us here at the Lion City Cup.